Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the hottest show in all the globe, the Welch Report. With me, your host, Jean-Luc Welch. Make some noise, clap it up, get excited wherever you are. We're back on this Friday afternoon with the championship rounds. That's right, the whole show is driven by you all, the viewing public, the listening public, whatever you want to say, whatever you want to do. Let's see what you got and let's see what you got to say on this phenomenal Friday. Oh yes, indeed, we're still in preparations for Usyk versus Dubois. We're still in preparations for Ben Rodriguez versus Kafu. Final thoughts and potential changes and predictions that people may have had, that I may have had on the outcome of this fight, or at least on the perception of what this fight's going to look like, as well as so much more, again, in the sports world, that you all can drive the conversation. All of you control and dictate the pace of everything that this show is going to be for today. Yes, we have points and agendas and plot points that we're going to be able to pick up and discuss throughout the show, but for the whole, so for however long we may go, you all are going to be the driving force for what we say and how we say, or not how we say, excuse me, for what we talk about, for the topics of discussion, all of that. And no, it's not because I'm lazy. It's because I love, with how much we have such great talking points throughout all the week. Y'all got so much to say. Hey, let's give y'all a chance to see what y'all got. Let's give y'all a chance to talk about some topics, talk about some discussions, some debates, some concerns that maybe we don't get to cover normally in the rest of the week, but we can talk about it right here, right now. So, let's see what you got. And again, I'm so happy that you're here. If you are just tuning in, first and foremost, please leave a like on the stream. Go ahead, leave a like on the stream. Get the likes up on this show. Also, be sure to keep on commenting your thoughts and opinions like we have right now with Matt Borgerson right here. Hey, brother, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks so much for tuning in to the show. And I see your questions. Absolutely, we're going to bring this up. But let me get through the intro first. Well, please put your chats in the comments so we can go and bring them up and have a wide range of discussions. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and be sure to hit the notification bell so you know whenever we post right here on YouTube, as well as be sure to go through and share the show with everybody that you know so we can keep on building up this empire. All together, you and me, we can make the world go round, and we can make this show bigger and better and greater, all with you and your support, and also available on every podcasting platform imaginable. And if you want to support the show, hey, Cash App, PayPal, while we're waiting on Super Chats to go through and become a thing on this show, this only means to support the show at this point in time. So if you can, unfortunately, but if you can, and you want to give something to the show to help support what we got going on, and help us pay some bills, pay some lights, and to help us so that we can invest back into the show, Cash App, PayPal, links in the description, anything will do, and we appreciate it so much. But with all that being said, we ain't got no time to waste. We got topics to talk about. We got boxing to cover. We got sports world to delve into, and we got your voice that needs to be heard. So with all that being said, well, it's the championship rounds. Let's go on and jump into it right here and right now. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here. It's time. Whatever you want to say for however long we are here on this live, it could be an hour, it could be two. We want to hear exactly from you. And full disclaimer, I know we're late. I get it. I apologize. My gosh, 1 o'clock. Ooh wee. Ain't started in that long in a minute. But can't lie. I woke up late. Now I have a reason. I ain't wake up late just because I was lazy. Wasn't feeling all too great. I wasn't feeling the best when I got up this morning. Tried to take a little extra, minutes of sleep. See if that would fix it. Next thing you know, boom, bang, bing, bang, boom. We are where we are. And all of a sudden, I'm scrambling to make sure I get this thing up. So I apologize. That's on my part. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Oh, Lord, please forgive me. I'm so sorry. Try to make sure it won't happen again. But wasn't feeling that quick. But now, we're here. Got some stuff in me. A lot better. But hopefully a lot better. We're going to see how it works. But let me see what you all got to say. Let's not waste no more time in this championship rounds segment of a show. Let me see. Matt Borgerson. Brother, I have Kafu beaten Bam. Let me tell you what. Now, this is actually interesting. Let me see exactly why you say that Bam was going to lose to the likes of Kafu. When Bam has been, again, undefeated, ranked at at least between 6 and 8 in the world right now. One of the most exciting and unique dominant fighters in the heavyweight, not in the heavyweight division, in any division right now today. But let me see what you guys say. I'm gonna tell you right now is Bam is looking at the Puma fight. The big mistake that Bam is he was told about his fight before, not after. So he's thinking. So you're thinking that Bam is thinking too far ahead and not taking advantage of the task at hand. Hence why he is susceptible to getting caught and getting destroyed and getting put out or beaten and potentially ruining that other opportunity that he's already got lined up, which that's interesting. Let me keep on reading. Nobody can tell me he won't ever fight. Nobody can tell me. No fighter thinks about their next fight if it pays more. It's impossible not to think ahead when you have the game plan already set. And because of that, my boy Kafu is going to be grinding. He's 30% better because of his championship bout, and he's got the faculties to improve more than he had prior. And because of that, I can see Kafu winning a tight decision here. Not saying it happens, but him being a 4-1 underdog is disrespectful. Kafu can pop. He got good ring IQ and good combinations. So is Bam, though. Fantastic fighter, but let's be honest, he has beaten legends. But 90% of these legends, aside from Usyk, were has-beens who went through numerous wars and had no legs. This fight, in all honesty, is against the only fighter with power and someone who can match Bam's speed and catch him worse than Estrada. I have Kafu, but Bam probably will win. But I'm a gambling man, and it'll be a close fight, 1,000%. Harder fight than Puma Martinez. Oh, okay. Well, incredibly detailed, and I do appreciate the opinion, and we're gonna break it down absolutely. We got one more person to say hi to, like with Al Booger. Al Booger, what's good with you? Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. So glad that you're here. Like I said, woke up late. Wasn't feeling the best when I woke up initially. Tried to get some extra Z's. Ended up going too far. Going too deep in slumber. Trying to make myself feel a little bit better. But I'm here now. We're back. And we're going to get all the energy that we need. Because we are not going to stop the train of excellence. That is this show. No question about it. But thank to see you. So glad that you're here. And hey, let's talk about it. Bam versus Kafu. With this fight, as Matt Bergerson says, he feels that we're going to see Bam get upset because Bam is thinking too far ahead. Kafu's not the old sect. While legendary champions we've seen Bam Rodriguez face, he is the most recent and most prime physically and age-wise that Bam has faced in a minute since his runs at becoming the champion, the dominant champion that he is. And also, he's got some power that might be on par, if not more, than the likes of Estrada. Again, because of youth and experience, because of youth, age, and just genuine physical or capabilities. He can potentially give Bam some real work and some real trouble. And I agree with it. He can. Like I said, this fight, the one thing about Bam, and I saw this somewhere on social media, and it rings true. Just can't remember the quote. But Bam Rodriguez has not been ducking opportunities to face off against tough, hard competition, whether they're old legends or young lions. And it has been a consistent championship caliber talent after championship caliber talent at the championship caliber talent with no real tune-ups or breaks in between. Again, if there were, it was very few and far between. And so this brother's been doing a speed run, attempting to achieve greatness as quick as possible, which we applaud and we love. Now, with Kafu, the issue I have with Kafu, while he can have some serious pop, and again, the age is something that is more close to Bam. One of the younger champions, or one of the younger challengers that Bam has faced off against in a couple years. Again, greatness-wise, we understand. But age-wise, it's undeniable. When I look at this fight, the thing that makes me feel like Bam's going to do what Bam always does in this fight is Bam's angles, which I don't think Kafu can really handle at the same way. Now, can Kafu put Bam down? Yes, he can. Absolutely. No question about it. And so, let me see. Kafu defeated lineal champion in his last bout without facilities, training camp, and so on. Okay. And excuse me, if I said challenger, let me retract that statement. As lineal champ, as a champion, going up against now Bam, another dominant, I think, multi-belt holder. If not, well, can you count undisputed if you're not? No, you gotta have lineal as well to be undisputed also. But another conversation. Regardless of what, champion versus champion. I get it. And again, Kafu has shown his stuff and shown his mettle in the past. This brother is not a joke. Let me be clear. Kafu, I am not underestimating, and neither should anybody underestimate Kafu in this fight, because this is not somebody that is just a pushover or a ho-hum type situation. Whatever. Bam's gonna get it done. Nah. Following the track record of what Bam is and following what we know Kafu has become, though Kafu is again an incredibly young champion. But the brother's 11-0, 8 KOs on his resume. And it's already gotten to the point of, hey, Bam, I'm your next best competition. That ain't easy. That ain't easy at all. Some will draw parallels to the Madrimov fight. Though not putting Bam in the same level as Terrence Crawford, but Bam being, again, the universally recognized it guy, that guy, pound for pound and all, champion of championships abound, legendary names abound on his resume, going up against Madrimov, who was, again, 11-0, and might have been seen as, in some people's eyes, too young, too wet behind the ears, as a common phrase for old people that love to use it. But all of a sudden, we saw Madrimov give Crawford a lot of work and make him really have to struggle. Now, I'm not calling Kafu Madrimov, but I'm also not saying that this can't be a similar situation. Though in this situation, it is at the, again, same weight, flyweight, that Bam's been comfortable at, that Bam's been reigning at, that Bam has been the dominant facilitator of destruction that we have witnessed all along. And excuse me real quick. Well, oh Lord. Oh, that was almost bad. I about spilled my coffee. But when we're looking at this fight, I still don't believe that Kafu can handle the angles that we know Bam brings to the table on a consistent basis. The thing about Bam, it's not just the fundamental boxing ability that's great. It's not just the power that's there and all that stuff. It is the craftiness of this man at such a young age that is so incredibly elite that, mind you, still has opportunities to get better. And here's the thing, what Sean Porter said about Shakur is what I say about Bam and what makes him really dangerous. Right now, he's already beyond his years as a mental matured fighter. Absolutely. But on top of that, his body can do everything that his mind wants to do, just like that. Similar to Shakur. Again, I'm not calling him a Shakur fighter. I am saying the parallels of ability and execution are able to coincide and be one and the same this early. And they're only going to get better and get even more in flow, intertwined with each other in an almost instantaneous reaction. That's what Bam brings to the table. And Bam's ability to essentially appear and disappear, going in, and if he steps off the center line, you trying to track him, brother, you're still not tracking him quite fast enough because he's on your side by the time you react. And now you're adapting from a place of literally he's behind you. Where you just saw his last knockout. When he was on the ropes and he went parallel to the ropes to land an uppercut on his opponent to knock him out. It was insane. And so, but again, I'm not saying Bam can't lose, but that type of ability is something I don't think Kafu, even again with the youth, with the power, with his own athletic ability in his own way. I don't know. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. No question about it. But let me see. Let me keep on reading you all's chats. We have a lot. We got a lot of people in the chat today, which again is great. I love it. But let me keep on reading. Also, he dethroned Jackson Chaku, who was the best fighter out of Africa. Again, hey, brother. Again, I'm not just not Bam. Kafu is a threat. Absolutely is a threat. Even if we might not be, again, for the wider boxing public. Because we know we have casual fans, we have hardcore fans at different levels of fandom. And especially for low weight class, some people may not know everybody that's everywhere. I get it. For those of you who don't know, Kafu, 11-0, 8 KOs. Though his pro career may seem young, this man is the real deal. This man can be a problem. This man got some pop that can put Bam out. And if he's able to mitigate the angles in literal offsetting style that Bam Rodriguez utilizes on all of his opponents, he's got a shot at winning. He does. He definitely does. It's similar to Inoue, just like how Inoue loves to go to war. And though he knows if he didn't go that hard, he wouldn't open himself up to potentially getting caught in counter like he's gotten in his last two fights versus Neri and versus Cardenas. Or in two of his last three fights with Neri and Cardenas, excuse me. But regardless of which, because of the way Bam does fight, he is open to potentially getting cracked by a powerful puncher. Now, do I think that's going to happen? No. I still firmly believe that we're going to see Bam knock out Kafu. But it's not something that's just a complete whitewash and Kafu has no chance. He does genuinely have a chance. You're gonna see an Inoue Cardenas, but more competitive. Now, if we see that fight, hey, I'm all for it. I'm all for that. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. Brother, if we saw a fight just like that at this division, though they already always go to war. I mean, one, it would make sense, but two, brother, talk about Bam being in that type of war where he's put in trouble. Oh, I would love to see that. I would love to see that, to witness what exactly he's going to be able to do to, now when you are indeed, well, actually, no, excuse me, we've already seen him, because it was Estrada. Juan Francisco Estrada. Yeah, I believe wasn't it Estrada who knocked him down? Though, again, he was an older champion, still a legendary fighter, but still, he overcame adversity there. If he faces off against it again, this time against Kafu, oh, he knows how to handle himself, but now it's against a puncher that might be even more destructive. That adds another layer to this thing. It's going to be an exciting fight. I can't wait for it. Lineal isn't required to be undisputed. You just got to have the format. Really? Now, see, the way I was thinking, or I learned, it was all four belts and lineal that makes you become undisputed. Because again, Tyson won all three belts, I believe, when he faced off against Trevor Berbick. I believe it was Trevor Berbick. It was Trevor Berbick. And then went and beat Leon Spinks for the lineal title. And then he truly had every belt in the division. And again, the lineal or Ring Magazine belt is seen as the most prestigious belt in all of boxing. Because it is that's the belt that connects the man, the first ever champion in said division, and your lineage back to him. Because again, we've had belts splintered off, we've had multiple belt commissions and all this stuff. Multiple belts have been added. So like the original OG that was it. You win that, you're connected to that history. And so the way I was taught was lineal and all 4 belts makes you champion. Because again, even Teofimo Lopez, with his claims of being undisputed, didn't come until after, or it didn't come without him having the lineal championship. When Devin Haney won the title and became undisputed, it was with the lineal championship. And so I was always taught that was the major belts plus the lineal. And you can have the lineal and not be undisputed. You can have all 4 belts and not be undisputed. You can have 3 belts. Excuse me. You can have 3 belts in a lineal belt, but not the 4th major body belt and not be undisputed. And so again, that's what I learned, and that's what I thought was. That's what I believe is the real deal. Unless I'm tripping. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But again, just what I know, it was all 4 plus lineal equals true undisputed status. But again, we can have that conversation as well. Absolutely. But let me keep on reading. Because hold on, Fight Buzz. Hey, brother, what's going on with it? Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad that you are here. Let me see. Welch the Great, bro. The Pitbull Cruz Ferrero fight on the packet on the card is canceled. Dang it. Oh no. No.
Hey, look at this.
Oh shoot.
We got some problems here.
Oh my gosh. Dang it. Now, before we even say anything, we do hope Ferrero was okay. In fact, no, let me see. Let me check. Let me check and see if this brother's actually all right. I want to make sure that he's good, cause we don't want nobody. Shoot, he had to get taken to the hospital. Golly. Dang. Shoot. That's disappointing. I really hope Fierro is okay. Truly, if he had to get taken to the hospital because the weight cut was too great for him and he couldn't cut the weight. But that was going to be my fight of the night. That was going to be my fight of the night. If you ever watched Usyk Cruz versus Fierro 1, or the first fight on the undercard of Benavidez versus Morel, but that fight almost stole the show. If it wasn't for the Morel fight, that fight would have stolen the show, and it was a closer fight than the main event. It was a closer fight than the main event. It was insane, that type of war, and I was so amped up to see them go at it one more time. And now it ain't happening. Do we know if there's a replacement, or is it just the fight and as a whole is off, and there's no one that's going to replace Fierro on the night of the fight? It could be a little bit situation where somebody comes back and then boom, just takes last minute money and takes a shot. Dang it! Shoot, nobody's going. Dang it! Shoot!
We got the problems here.
Oh no!
We got the problems here.
That's infuriating. That's infuriating. Okay, so the fight's completely gone, but they're looking for a replacement right now. Okay, that's great. Let me keep my finger on the pulse so I can be sure that I'm on top of it. If we get a replacement announced in hopefully the very near future, potentially if we see Usyk Cruz have a replacement fighter, shoot. That's frustrating. Because if you saw the first fight between them, brother, it was literally both of them eating shots and not going down. It was a situation where Fierro was actually getting to Usyk Cruz, not just from a standpoint of just catching him, but from a standpoint of like, hey, Usyk Cruz looked vulnerable. Usyk Cruz looked like he could potentially get knocked down in that fight without stone cold of a chin that brother has. And again, it wasn't a pretty war, but good gosh, it was a war. It was a war. It was not just a war. It was looking like it was going to be the war of the night. And I'm just that hurts. That really does hurt. And if we do get a replacement for him, man, hopefully it'll be soon. Let me see. The They took the fight off the PPP card, and I heard it's not happening. Period. Do you think Shakur can beat the late replacement since he just got out of camp? I mean, I would hope not. I would hope Shakur wouldn't come out just because the brother just went. He just had his own insane fight with Zapata. Now I'll say this. I know we joking, but brother, if we saw Shakur after a month or less than a month after his fight with Zapata, come back and say, "Hey, I'm back in the fray. Let's get it on. Give me and let's fight." Brother, that's some 1920s. 1 week, excuse me, I'm sorry. 1 week afterwards, that's some 1920s type stuff. That's like 1904. That's like, hey, we went to war. We went like 20 plus rounds. Up. All right, same time next week. Potentially same opponent. That would be ridiculous. Good gosh, thinking about how they used to do that for a living back in the day. Oh, that's insane. But nah, that was woo! Brother, that would be crazy. That would be crazy. That would be insane. I hope Shakur doesn't do that. But good gosh, if he wanted to show himself as, hey, brother, I'm the realest one out there. You take that chance and you see what happens. No question about it. Let me see. But let me see what else you all have to say so I'm not missing anybody. Where is it? People are way too sold on Bam when he hasn't really built a legacy without against his own generation. Now, also understand this: the top dogs that were at his division were of the older generation. Again, imagine. Let's put this into perspective. If Usyk did what Usyk did, and how he's been going about dominating at heavyweight, but he was, around 24, 25 per se. Going up the ring, hypothetically, in his dream scenario, and he had to beat AJ, Fury, Dubois, Chisora, and the old guard who was, again, had it all to get to where he is. And then he fought, again, the Dubois, maybe the Talmas, the Caballos, hypothetically. That would be around the same track of road. But it's not because he hasn't built his own legacy against his own peers. It's because the people at the top who were his peers all were just old or older. Like, again, we're right now we're in a new and we're in an environment where across the board, crazy enough, older champions are reigning champions. Older fighters are still the man at the division. They're claiming and sustaining their primes longer. They are. At a time when normally you would think, okay, the old guard is losing, they're still competitive, but they're no longer the it guy at the top. And it's now the new guard coming in and starting to take the ranks and taking the pieces away from the older generation. Now it's our generation per se. Bam beat everybody that was at the top of his divisions. It's just they were just all older, seasoned, and they were all still able to be the it guy. And they were all still great, even at the advanced stage, where time had not taken away the abilities to the degree of, okay, yeah, they're just washed. It's time to go. And so now he has created a legacy because he showed, okay, yeah, even the other young cats couldn't beat these people. I did. And I've done it in dominant fashion. I'm one of them ones here at this division and potentially beyond, if you want to look at, again, future reference for other fights down the line. And so since that's the case, now him fighting against Kafu is a phenomenal fight. Absolutely. But the legacy is indeed set that, yeah, Bam is pound for pound. Bam is top 8. Bam is of that big three between, what was it, flyweight and super bantamweight. with him, Junto, and anyway, Bam is in that mix of that triangle of fights that we want to see. That triangle of dominance that we want to see ultimately at some point in time, if the worlds collide, who is truly at the top of the mountain. And for you to belong in that conversation, you don't get there just by winning a title. You don't even get there just by winning a dispute. You have to show something different, skill-wise and accolades-wise, that puts you in that vicinity. Because we ain't calling it, again, the only big fight that people primarily have is anyway in Junto. But with Bam there in the mix as another buddy where people across the board are saying, hey, when you move up, I would love to see that fight. Ain't many people getting that treatment. And that's because he has set a legacy that is indeed, even at the age of what is he, 24? He's what, doing? He ain't old. The brother ain't old. He's what, 24, maybe 25? I could even be wrong about that. But he is, like, he's getting respect from across the table. Boots is getting respect. He's giving his brother respect. Champions from all weight classes are looking at this brother saying, hey, man, yo, you doing your thing. More than just stylistically, you are separating yourself. And you have separated yourself. So, I would say, yeah, I think that I don't think we're too high sold on him. I think he's deserving of this level of not just hype, but legitimate adulation. Because he has put in the work. And he has dominated all the best at the point in time. And still is taking on, again, the best of the youthful age. So both old and young, dominant and up and coming, he has cleaned them out. For the majority of which the same way. At least of recently when it's been all about knockout, but still, the talent's incredible. But I want to see him fight his era of talent, not era before. That's probably fine. We gonna see. Hey, if he beats Kafu tonight, if he beats Kafu Saturday, hey, that answers your question. And that answers your question. Now, do I feel that Kafu is on the level of Bam, age or not? No, I don't. But still, if that is a barometer, we're gonna find out tonight whether or not he is indeed great enough. Wait, hold on, time out. He beat Sonny Edwards. He destroyed Sonny Edwards when Sonny Edwards was seen as untouchable. If that doesn't go through and show, I completely forgot about Sonny Edwards. He beat Sonny Edwards when Sonny Edwards was seen as in his prime, dominating at the division, literally untouchable, and outclassing anybody that stepped to him. Bam beats him, and then boom, Sonny loses the love of the sport. Like that if that ain't an example of how Sonny was perceived, or with how Sonny was perceived, with how Sonny was legitimately talked about at that point in time, and for Bam to come through and outbox him and beat him, no, that's insane. That's ridiculous. I completely forgot about Bam versus Sonny as a fight that did happen. I completely forgot about it. My gosh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry about that. Let me keep on reading. Omar Solidico Gomez is now the replacement for. Oh wait, that got confirmed. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait. Let me look at this. Let me look at this. Let me see. Let me see if I can find this. Hopefully this is true, because I would love to see, again, I always want to see Usyk Cruz fight against somebody. I'm never not going to want Usyk Cruz to fight. Let me make sure that we have some sources for whether or not it's going to be replaced or not. Let me give a quick research on the news. As of right now, let me see. As of right now, I'm not seeing anything about. Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, boxing scene, prominent boxing publisher or at least boxing website that covers all news in boxing. Okay, yeah, Omar Salcido is in talks to fight Pitbull after Ferrero withdraws. Okay, so it is confirmed. He is in talks. Now, it is not confirmed that he's actually been agreed to or that's going to take place. But okay, you're right. 27 minutes ago. Thank you for the update. Yeah, in terms of when the article was posted. Thank you very much. So that fight seems to be, in fact, I'll show it to you right now in pictures so we can get a full, y'all can know I'm not being somebody just blowing smoke with this whole situation. Yep, see, as you can see right here, boxing scene, official website, Omar Salcido in talks to fight Pitbull Cruz after Angel Ferrero withdraws with illness. So yeah, as you can see, article today, 118, it's 146 now, and it goes through, and again, you can read it for yourself, absolutely. But that is, seemingly, that's true. And if that's true, hey, that's great. Now, do I know him? No, I don't. But regardless of which, I want to see him fight. I want to see Pitbull fight. Because I want to see if this brother's actually going to get some head movement and adapt his style to be something that is, oh, wait, hold on. I ain't even sure. Shoot. Hold on. Time out. There we go. Okay. Yes, as you can see, I forgot to switch the thing. The article is true. It's true. Omar's schedule is in talks, excuse me. As of 30 minutes ago, roughly 30 minutes ago, boxing scene reported it. Coming up, Omar's scheduled to, or in talks with, to replace the fight for Angel Fierro to fight against Usyk Cruz. Now, nothing's been agreed to yet. Nothing's been confirmed yet. But the talks are indeed happening. Again, if this reporting is indeed valid and true, and normally the boxing scene is somebody that does get their stuff right. So, because of that, that's where we are. And thankfully, the fight, or at least that Usyk Cruz will get a fight. Still, potentially. If everything does get agreed upon. Let me see. Bam has better resume than Tank. Yes, he does. And has unified title, something that Tank has never done. No, both of those things are true. Both of those things are true. And again, we're not trying to turn this into a Tank, a love or hate situation. We're not. But what does frustrate me about this whole situation is that Bam has been doing incredible work trying to achieve greatness. But because he's at these smaller weight classes, he is not getting the same level of praise or getting looked at. If you're a hardcore fan, you know Bam, you respect Bam, you love Bam, and you know this dude's a bad brother. He's a bad brother that you would pay to see any fight with, because he's just that type of insane talent. No question at all. But at the same time, when we're looking at how Bam has been portrayed for the whole, there's a level of lacking. Because even when it seems like we should see, oh yeah, everybody should know about this, but there's still a lot of people that don't know about this kid. There's still a lot of people that don't see him as a viable star that can go in and be up there. The fact that he's on pound for pound and Tank isn't, in some people's eyes, is laughable. Because they're saying who the word is Bam. It makes no sense. And Bam's resume is full of people over the age of 34. That's fine. That's fine. Because they're still great. The age, again, we've seen it clear as day that the primes of people have been different. The primes of people have been able to change. Age does matter, yes, but Archie Beterbiev was 42. If somebody beat Archie, are we going to discredit Bivol beating Archie Beterbiev? Because Bivol beat a 42-year-old? Are we going to discredit if somebody knocks out Arizona Lara after he's gone through this second stint of dominant fights and turned into a knockout powerhouse? From a complete 180 from being the person who was a fleet-footed, slick defensive? Are we going to discredit if somebody beats Badu Jack at cruiserweight? Because Badu Jack is 42 years old? Though he has been consistently still giving people work? If so, that's problematic. Because we're not talking about, from back in the day reference. We're not talking about, somebody beat an event at Holyfield when Holyfield was completely dead and gone. And by that I mean, it was clear as day that his signs of his career were just away with. No. But with how, if Holyfield was still producing at a great rate, and then he got beat. Now, though he's old, he's still performing like a great performer. Pacquiao was old, but if Pacquiao had lost to Adrian Broner, when he beat Adrian Broner, that would have been a great win. And it would have been a phenomenal win. Not just because of name, but because of who Pacquiao still was. That's the thing. We're not. We absolutely. Age does matter. I'm not discrediting age, but as we keep on saying on this show, context behind age helps you to see truly what the story of the fight is. And even when if Canelo beats Terrence Crawford, is that going to be seen as held against him? Because Crawford's 38 and Canelo's 36. Is that going to be the case? It shouldn't be, but it is. If we're going off of this type of thought process. If Benavidez beat Artur Beterbiev, is that going to be a bad win? If Benavidez beats Bivol, and Bivol's what? How old is Bivol's what? 30? Well, before I use Bivol, let me check his age real quick before I go that route, because he could be younger than I expect. Okay, yeah. So Bivol's 34. If Benavidez goes through, gets his shot at the title, and beats Dimitri Bivol for the title, is that going to be held against him? If Benavidez beats Canelo, if they ever fight against each other, and Canelo's 36 years old, is that going to be held against him as a means to say, nah, you're only fighting old bums or old guard, when that old guard is literally the best guard out there right now? Yes, we want you to fight all competition, but that doesn't mean that you just say, you ain't real unless you fight somebody young, when the best out there are indeed older. But, you hear what I'm saying? If that's the case, then, shoot, Tank's pushing, 30, 31? He's getting up there at age 2. If Shakur beat Tank, is that going to be held against him because Tank is 30? We want to see you beat somebody that's under 25? You see the issue? We're talking about a situation where context behind the age helps you paint the picture as to how valid or potentially still yet to be proven is that win. And we can't say that just because somebody has a bunch of older names on the resume, when it was still at that point in time, those older names were at the top of the docket. That completely nullifies, well, why go after the best of the best? Because most of the best are going to be older. Most of them are going to be older. We're not talking about people, we're in the framework of BAM, we're not talking about people that are just, it's time to get out of here. We're talking about folks that are still at the top. Even if they're not the best, they are one of the best. That still, they got some validity to their skill set and ability and production. And so it's for me, again, my personal thing, that's why, again, I do value age. I'm not trying to say that age just means nothing. And no, you shouldn't look to, again, keep on fighting everybody in their prime. Yes. And the age, again, Father Time beats everybody. Absolutely. But if somebody, even at an older age, is still able to be great and you beat them, that's great, period. But, again, Dubois beats Usyk. Usyk's what, 38? Is that going to be held against him? Because he didn't fight somebody that was around his age. Though talent-wise, Usyk is up here as the definitive best of this era in heavyweight history, and still looking like he's in his prime, or at least relatively close to a standpoint that nobody else in the division has seen that, they can beat him. So I would be careful when talking about that, Because it can be a situation where, hey, it can go down slippery slope. But again, let me keep on reading. Can Bam ever really be a star in flyweight or super flyweight divisions? And again, my personal perspective. Normally people would say no. I get it. Normally people would say no. Normally people would say no. Because smaller divisions aren't, glamorized per se. And I understand it. Though it's wrong. I get it. But at the same time, what is the job of a promoter? It's to promote. I'm not asking this in a what's the word? What's the word? In a like disrespectful sense. I'm painting a picture. What's the job of a promoter? It's to promote. It's to turn somebody into a star. It is to show them in a light that makes people want to see them. You can do that. You can. In a way, was able to do it in his own country. Junto right now is doing it in his own country. We have seen, at one point in time, Chocolatito back in the day. Not saying he was up here, but he was like, he had a level of popularity. It can be that you can make him a great star even at smaller divisions, especially with him being this hot right now. But it is the promoter's job to put him in a position to be seen by the public eye. Though it's going to be more difficult because, again, naturally, smaller weight classes don't get that level of fame and adoration. But anyway, was getting a level of rub at what was it, 115? 115, 118. Bantamweight, yes, of course, he went and did his thing. That's where he blew up on the scene. But even before that, he was getting some rumbles around the world. When he fully exploded into the public eye, yes, was fight with Stephen Fulton. When he was dominating before going up to super and all that stuff. But you can make a star, even at smaller divisions. Also because when you expose them to that division, all of a sudden, when they see the division as a whole, you get dominant fights, great displays, great outcomes, and entertainment abounding that all of a sudden draw people into, hey, I want to pay attention to you. If you are deliberate in making a star, you can make a star. You can. Tank, even without a great resume, it's still been a dominant star. Stylistically, he's great. He's entertaining. He's also 130. Started at 130, 135. What's going to be started at 130? Might even start a little bit lower if I have my history right. But regardless of which, Tank was of those, from 130 up. 135 is when you really start making a name. But 130 is still seen as one of those lower weight classes, below lightweight. And still, he was able to blow up and explode because they did the work to put him in the eyes of the public, to make him be seen as somebody that is unforgettable and undeniable, that you can't look away because you're missing the next best thing. So it is possible. It's just you have to, as the promoters, the people who are over watching his career, they have to do the work to unlock the capacity of the star power of this man. And it can't. It's going to be difficult, but it's possible. It definitely is possible. At least for me. And let me see. I'm a typical American. I have, wait, hold on, excuse me. Hold on, wait a minute. What is this? I'm a typical American. I have to admit, I don't care much about the lower weight classes, barely care about fellow. You see? You see? And again, I understand. Like we said, there's a bunch of boxing. I thought this was going in a different direction. Al Booger, I thought this was going in a different direction. That's why I was confused for a moment. But like this, great. When the average American, the average person, 135 on is where they start to care because you can't keep up with but so many divisions. I get it. There's a plethora, again, That's what you got 108, maybe like 110, 115, 118, 122, 126, 130, 135, 140, 147, 154, 160, 168, 175, cruiserweight, bridgerweight, heavyweight. It's a lot. I completely understand it. And normally, people don't care about something up until a certain point because it's just too much to think about. So I get it. But even still, we have seen people break through that glass ceiling of being, you can become a star, though you are in a division that may not get as glamorized. It is possible. It's just, it's on it's on the people to make you care. Not just the fighter, but it's on the promoter to make you care about what's going on. When they don't do that and they prioritize other things over that, well, it can quell them. It can diminish the ability. But if they put some time into it, we care about it anyway. And he's turned into one of the biggest global names in all the boxing. Bam can do that same thing, even without the main notoriety of the public eye. If you are able to market him correctly as a promoter who is in charge of making somebody seem unmissable in the eyes of the public when it comes to boxing. So again, I stand by. It is possible, though it can be more difficult. Now, probably once he moves up, it's going to be a lot easier because it'll be closer to the vicinity of Junto and Inoue, and the notoriety because of the new division will most likely amp up his own hype to a level of a newfound audience. Okay, let's see what you can do here. Oh, you did it here? Okay, yeah. We got to give you just due until he builds. So again, it's difficult, and I hate it because they always go to war and they always fight. They're great. It's just, dang it. And even beyond that, it can't work. It can work, absolutely. But let me keep on. There is a lot of people. Sam, what's going on? Hey, Sam817, what's good with you? How you doing? Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad that you're here. This is the championship rounds again. For anybody who doesn't know, you can talk about anything and everything in the world of sports. And we love to hear your opinions, love to hear your thoughts, want to hear what you got to say. You all got the conversation for today on anything, whether it's Inoue, not Inoue, whether it's Ben Rodriguez, whether it's the debacle or the no longer fight happening with Usyk Cruz and Fierro with the potential replacement down the line. Usyk versus Dubois. Pacquiao versus Barrios. If you wanted to shoot anything, whatever y'all want to discuss, we can talk about it right now. And we can have at it and have your voice be heard. But let me keep on reading what you all have to say. Who's your upset pick tomorrow? It's always one. There it is. Shoot, that's a good question. Who would I have as an upset for tomorrow across all cards? You probably gonna hate me for it. You're probably gonna hate me for it. I know you will. But it's gonna be Pacquiao versus Barrios. It's gonna be. It's gonna be. You're gonna hate me for this. But it's Pacquiao Barrios. For tomorrow. For Pacquiao to beat Barrios for the title. And again, it's not because I know Pacquiao should lose. But this is just the kid in me. The love, and this is the one instance. I don't do many. But this is the one where I'm like, hey man, I really hope that Pacquiao can beat Barrios. I do. Yes, I know if he does, then he might have to fight Norman Jr., and that's going to be, well, the funeral parlor is coming through. The brigade's coming around because the legend is falling, and to never fight again if that happens. But still, just for that moment in time, I would pick it. And if he does have his legs back, with 6 years being off, actually helping him potentially recover, hypothetically revitalizing his ability to perform in a semblance of what he used to be. even with, like a similar to what he was against Keith Thurman, we got ourselves a potential upset. Hypothetically, not saying it's going to happen. Drastically, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it can. And if it does, I'll be the happiest man in the world. I love it. I absolutely love it. But I can't wait for it. I'm excited for that. I am excited for that. Let me see. Dubois. We had somebody else in the comments also. I'm trying to. Bam, taking a page out of Devin's playbook in terms of like challenging everybody. Yeah, I mean, like let's be real. There ain't many. Devin, Bam, in a way, Benavidez, Usyk, Crawford are some of the biggest names that all are doing the same thing, which is fighting everybody regardless of risk or age. Which he's excuse me. He means fighters older. He means fighting older names for easy undisputed, but they're not easy undisputed. Okay, outside of Haney versus Kambosos, because Kambosos was better, or excuse me, because Devin Haney was better, which again we all knew, but still, this was a Kambosos that just beat Teofimo Lopez. He fought him, and then fought him again in Australia, and then went through and fought Ryan Garcia, which again we know what happens, but he fought him, moved up and fought Prograis, then went up again with this most recent fight, Walter Ramirez. It's bad, but on the whole, we have been touting that, hey, of the sect of champions, at least at 135, 140, who have been consistently looking for tests. One of the things about Devin Haney is that he has never ducked smoke of people that can potentially beat this man. He hasn't. And Crawford, in a way, Bam, and the names I listed, all follow that same pathway. So because of that, I'm like, hey, I ain't got no issue with that. Again, Devin Haney's fighting Brian Norman Jr. next, which is ridiculous, which is insane. But he's still taking that test, which is what I love, and it's what Bam's doing as well. Let me see. Nope, no, that ain't it. Where's that? It was still somebody else said something. I'm trying to find it. Somebody had a chat. Was it this one? Usyk versus Dubois is the only topic. Undisputed tomorrow. Well, hey, we can talk about it. We can be about it. Let me see. Pacquiao is Pacquiao's plus 230. Not terrible odds. Now again, I'm not a gambling man, but I'm surprised. I'm very surprised. I thought this would be like again, I don't bet, but I thought this would be like a plus, 4 or whatever the case may be. Maybe even 5. Because of the unlikely. Devin has ducked in his career. Blatantly ducked Shakur at 135. But otherwise, I agree that Devin hasn't generally. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I forgot the instance of Shakur versus Devin that could have happened but didn't happen. And Devin Haney was kind of to blame for why that fight didn't take place when it could have actually happened at 135. But outside of that, the most of his career has been, hey, I don't run for nobody, and I'm going to fight you. It has been. So you're right. Thank you for the correction. It has happened, and it happened against Shakur, but it wasn't in a consistent vein because normally we saw Haney fighting most people. No, so let me see. Barros is minus 145, just like Usyk. What? Really? How is he? This should be bigger odds. I'm sorry. Like, should this not be bigger odds for Barrios to win? Should it not be bigger? Again, I'm not a betting man. Full disclaimer. But should it not be bigger odds in the public domain for Barrios to win this fight because of, in this situation, age and inactivity? If there was any argument that we've had with today for why age and inactivity should be a viable thing against a fight, would this not be it? Oh, my bad. Okay, minus 3. Okay, excuse me. Minus 340. Okay, thank you. Sorry. I apologize. I read it wrong. I told you, see, this is why I don't bet. I found it. I read about. Minus 345. Okay. Thank you. See, you know what it is? I'm dehydrated. I am dehydrated. I'm so sorry. I need some. Let me get some liquid in my system. Let me get something to drink. Okay, I'm delirious. I'm delusional. Cause whatever. Minus 145. Oh my gosh. Oh shoot. Yeah, I was about to say. Brother, what do people know that I don't? Then all of a sudden, Pacquiao is only. I was about to say this fight. Because again, I read it wrong. I didn't read it as 345, 145. The initial numbers. My gosh, if Pacquiao versus Barrios was closer than Usyk versus Dubois, I would have lost it. That would have been like, okay, y'all just being stupid. Now y'all are just not trying. Pacquiao's more beloved than I already knew that he was. If all of a sudden y'all are saying, hey, brother, you're more likely to beat Barrios without fighting for 6 years, competitively for 6 years, than Usyk is to beat Dubois, who he already knocked out. That's ridiculous. Off the back of the my gosh. Thank you for the correction. Thank you so much for the correction. But let's go back. Let's go back and let's talk about what was the other thing. The Usyk fight. Usyk versus Dubois happening tomorrow, which again seems to be the topic on everybody's mind today. We're all anticipating. When talking about this fight, because again, we broke it down yesterday, all this stuff. I got Usyk winning by unanimous decision. I don't think it's going to be by knockout. And I think he should be able to do similar stuff that he did the last time out. But the difference is now, what I'm scared of for Usyk is that he won't be able to have the same level of control in this fight like he was the last time when he fought against Dubois. I'm very concerned about it. And it's because, again, we talked about the newfound mental state, the newfound confidence and ability. But also, the first fight, Dubois tried to box with Usyk. He did. Tell me I'm lying. I was rewatching the fight before the show. Or excuse me, as I was getting everything set up and as I've been talking as well. I've been periodically looking up and watching the fight with the first fight with Usyk and Dubois. And Dubois was also trying to box with Usyk. He was. We gotta call space spade. The brother was trying to box with Usyk, though that was the worst. That was not a good game plan. Yes, the body shot landed, and he had some level of momentum. And if he had tried to go, if he was able to catch him again, might have been able to actually put him down. But low blow, all this stuff. I digress. When we're looking at this, Dubois wasn't able to gain control also because, not just because of Usyk's ability, but because he tried to fight and essentially be too cute with the likes of Usyk. He tried to be too cute with him. He was, in some ways, he was waiting a little bit for a perfect opening, try to come forward instead of just coming forward. Though again, Usyk was fighting off the back foot, jabbing and moving, slipping and landing short shots and uppercuts and counters, absolutely. But even still, there was a level of Dubois was trying to play the same feint range game in some degree as with Usyk in that fight. And it just didn't work. It just didn't work at all. But I don't think he's going to fight like that this time. The reason why I say that this fight is going to be so interesting is because it's going to be a completely different fight on Dubois' end. At least it should be. And it might seem stupid, but it's going to be the best. It's probably going to be the best thing for him. He goes through and completely doesn't wait on Usyk and doesn't try to read through the feints or read through the awkward nature and the somewhat unpredictable timeliness that Usyk brings with that hypnotizing lead hand, the feints, and always jumping, feinting, coming forward while still feigning. So you don't know when actually a punch is coming, when a jab or straight right is coming, or excuse me, straight left is coming. He might just say, well, forget that. I'm going to just do what I did to Hrgovic. I'm going to do what I did to Anthony Joshua. And I'm just come forward. Regardless of your friend. Read your bluff. We called this with Virgil Ortiz. And to some degree he did it in that fight, though he was a little bit more patient with Magimov and waited for him to tire out before ultimately then implementing the, okay, I don't care about your feints. I'm just come in and start ripping. But Dubois could do that same thing. Or in a similar vein of come through, essentially dismiss Usyk's feinting. Dismiss Usyk's style of you're trying to avoid because you're trying to over-anticipate because everything looks like something's coming down the pipe, even when nothing's there. Now, and this is going to sound bad, but it's not bad. But now it's, okay, shut the brain off. Like, yeah, box, yes, but like, shut the brain off. And just move and hit. Don't try to worry about the feints. Don't try to worry about the footwork. Don't try to worry about the angles. Do what you do best and use your physicality to muscle Usyk and to drop him. Downstairs, upstairs. Even if it's rudimentary. Because you now know you can, if you touch him, you can tag him. Worry about touching him more than anything. And just be relentless in coming forward, because you're not going to be able to outbox him. You're not going to be able to evade his offense. You're not going to be able to outmaneuver him. He's going to out-angle you. He's going to get behind you. He's going to get to the side of you. He's not going to be able, Dubois is not going to be able to have any sort of success trying to play the same game Usyk wants to play. He just ain't. Let's be real. He just isn't. He just isn't. Because he tried it the first time and it failed miserably. Outside of that one saving grace of a shot to the body, which again is still controversial, everything else was a clean sweep. And even that round, Usyk still won. And let me see. And so but if Dubois is willing or more, it's going to sound crazy, but if he's more rudimentary and not trying to overthink or think on the same level as Usyk, and just keep it simple, knowing the deficiencies that are there, it could help him better go and catch Usyk. Because he won't be trying to figure out a puzzle that's got 100 pieces. Just figure out this portion of the puzzle. And if you can do that and keep it simple, everything else might be able to fall into place. Again, not saying it's going to happen, but I'm saying it might be the best way that we can see him win. Because over the last 3 fights, it's been like that, where he has just kept it simple. I'm tough, I'm strong, and I'm relentless. And I can take a shot now. So, hone into that. And he's done it. And that's what got him, again, the title in the first place against AJ. That's what helped him beat Hrgovic, walking through all of Hrgovic's offense when he was just landing at will. And then going and beating Jarrell Miller to start this whole process of redemption of an arc in his career. Which, if he implements that same thing, doesn't think too far ahead or try to too much outthink what we know Usyk can do, and instead just keep it simple, might be the thing that actually makes this fight even more competitive. It might just be, hypothetically. But let me keep on reading. I think 2 War 2 Tyson Fury is going to definitely age Usyk. Those were physically grueling fights. Yes, they were. That's another thing. With Usyk, again, like with anybody, the bottom can drop out of anybody at this age. No question. At any point, and right now he still is the best heavyweight in the world. Again, we just like with Manny Pacquiao when he was still at the top of the welterweight, not the top, but was one of the tops of the welterweight division. And it looked like, okay, yeah, he's just gonna last until it don't. We don't know. The unpredictability of what we will see in an Usyk can be concerning. But at the same time, with all that being said, it is. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, when we come. Okay, yeah. Those grueling fights. Honestly, let me think. Everything. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I'm thinking. Hold on a minute. Hold on a second. I'm thinking. I think those, again, you might disagree. I completely understand. I think those two fights took out more from Fury than they did from Usyk. I think they did. I think they took out more from Fury than from Usyk. Absolutely. That first fight was more competitive than the second fight. And it was more damaging to Usyk than the second fight. But Fury lost more in both of those situations than Usyk did in that fight. The footwork of Fury, from what it was in that first fight and in the past up until the second fight, completely different. We've been saying that Fury has been losing steam, losing luster for the longest time. Fury, that might have been the last of the fleet of foot style that we've seen with Tyson Fury in his career. That second fight. And a whole portion of his game may not be nearly as accessible as it used to be. Hence why it became bigger, more lumbering, has adopted more of the style of the Kronk gym, being more demonstrative and trying to be physically demanding rather than going and being somebody who is fleet of foot where he fights his best. Usyk in both fights was still fighting like Usyk always fights. He was. And he won more clean the second time than he did the first time. But I debate less damage. I don't think Usyk's drop-off from those two wars affected him the same way that it affected Usyk. I don't think it took as much out of him as it may have taken out of Usyk. Though, again, they were great fights, no question. But I think that we won't know until fight night. Let's be clear. Won't know until fight night. Won't know exactly what's going to be the case when it comes to what Usyk's going to look like. But off a track record of what we've seen with the last time out, I don't think we've seen as much lost from Usyk. I truly don't. Now, he's gained more muscle. He's what, 6 pounds heavier than what he normally was, because he was what, 220, 221, might have been even 222 on the night of the fight with Fury. It was Fury who gained more weight. And so if he's heavier, it might not be just because, he can't keep the same weight anymore and age is starting to catch up, which, again, it could be a fact. But it could also be that he doesn't need to be that light against Dubois anymore. Because with Dubois going up against Usyk, he might need an extra weight to be able to mitigate some of that power that we know Dubois is going to bring to the table. And if they think that stylistically Dubois is going to try to be more physical, potentially more physical than we've seen with Tyson Fury in their two fights, from the standpoint of really honing to utilize your size and being even more relentless with trying to close that gap. Because again, Dubois is stronger than Fury. Let's also be real. We can't deny that. And off the backs of the 3 fights that we've seen with Dubois thus far, he has leaned in more than ever on the even more extreme end than what Tyson Fury was leaning into when it came to utilizing his physicality. And with him being younger also, he is going to be a handful to take into account. Coupled that with him having right now, looking like the, third or second best puncher in the division from power standpoint. You need something to absorb that. You need something to help pad and be able to take the shock, both to the head and to the body. And so it might be that, I'm bulking up because I'm going up against somebody who is this brother. This isn't Tyson Fury. Not in terms of talent, but in terms of physicality. It's a completely new dimension. It's a completely new realm. It's a completely new fight. That while he's not a better fighter, what he brings to the table is something that Tyson Fury did not have. and which is something that I might have to worry about even more so. And that can't be concerned. That can't be concerned. Let me see. It could be that I agree, but I also think in 3 training camps back to back affect his joint. Now that could be true too. That could be true too. Having with the consistency of the heavyweight division not necessarily being as as fast paced as some of the other divisions. Usyk's been one of the more active heavyweight champions that we've had in a minute. At least involving with Tyson Fury. Or outside of with Tyson Fury. He's been one of the more active, consistent level champions. Especially now. And so for him, it could indeed have taken in effect, potentially. Now, I don't think it will. We're going to find out tonight in the fight, though. He was wearing knee braces during sparring last time I saw. Will he bring it? He might wear it to the ring, do what he did with Archer at the BF, who was allowed to wear a ring brace. Not a ring brace. A knee brace on his knee post or in his first fight with Dimitri Bivol after surgery. So that could be the case. It could be. I mean, who knows? But let me see. I think Usyk will be looking to stop Daniel Dubois. He looks like he's throwing some serious uppercuts and hooks in his training videos. Actually, have I seen his training videos? Wait a minute. Hold on. Is that true? Is that oh. Let me take a look at this. If that's true, that's perfect. If that's true, that is perfect. My gosh, wait a minute. Let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can. Is this the video? I think this is the video. Yep, here it is. Let me pull it up right now so you all can see. I don't think I had seen Usyk in his training videos amid this fight. I mean, he looks in good shape. And this may explain the weight, because he looks like he has really put in some time trying to damage his strength. This stuff he's throwing around right now, or they're using. Okay, yeah. Was there another? Maybe there was another one with the uppercuts, but at least with the training, that might make sense as to why we're seeing him bulk up with him being, the 6 pounds over. I'm looking for the uppercuts that he was throwing. Maybe it might have been in a training clip that I have not. Oh Lord, oh gosh, what happened there? I haven't seen before. Is it here? Is it good? Hi. The world? What is going on today? Am I just sweaty? Am I just sweaty? If I can find a video of him throwing the uppercuts, I would love to see it. Now, but also, this in regards to Daniel Dubois. Now, this is what's going to be the real story of the fight. This is going to be interesting. That. Now, I'm not going to lie. This makes me scared. This right here, that right there, that makes me scared. I can't lie. I cannot lie. That makes me a little bit nervous. That makes me nervous. That makes me nervous. That makes me nervous. Because he wasn't looking like he wasn't doing that before. Dubois was not doing that before. Dubois wasn't doing that before. He wasn't doing it against Usyk the first time. He wasn't doing that. That right there, he wasn't doing. Once the clinch did come into play, Usyk was able to have control in their first fight when they did get on the inside. without Dubois aiming to go again outside of that big instance downstairs. Wasn't able to do it. But if he is able to get to that position now, that is, ooh. And then ripping to the body like that, him going downstairs to the body like that with these types of shots. Wait, hold on, wait. Let me make sure that I'm actually got the thing out. But if he's ripping downstairs with these types of shots when they do close the distance, looking to gain a level of leverage, willing to fight Usyk off, and then rip the second there's an opening. That's good. That's good. That's really good. I'm not saying that's the only way that he can win, but it is a way. Let me see. You saying the weigh-ins are right now. Hold on. Wait a minute. Weigh-ins are right now for Bam and Kafu. Let me see if I can pull it up. I can't. I don't got the rights to it. Can't pull it up on stream, but I can definitely watch it on a separate device and have and have the ability to see what's going on. Let me see if I can pull it up right now. But let me keep on reading what you all got to say. Like with Teach. What's good, brother? How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks so much for tuning into the show. So glad that you're here. This is still the championship rounds where we're talking about anything and everything in the world of boxing and beyond. You all drive the conversation. Whatever you want to discuss, whatever you want to do, whatever you want to have as a means of play, or not as a means of play, as a means of conversation and talking points. We can talk about it right here, right now for the world to see. So if you would, keep on commenting, keep on chatting, question, comments, debates, concerns, all that stuff. I want to hear from you. What stuff we talked about yesterday, stuff we talked about today, stuff we haven't talked about at all. Whatever you want to discuss, we can talk about it right now, right here on the show. And as I'm going through, I'm looking for the Bam Rodriguez versus Kafu. Come on now. Weigh in. Can I get it up here? I should be able to get it up here, can I? I should be able to get it if it's live. If it's live, I should be able to get it up here. Hold on. Wait a minute. Give me 30 seconds. Hold on. Don't leave. Don't leave yet. Let me. Okay, there we go. Okay. I was about to say, I ain't trying to bore people. I was just trying to make sure I got my stuff. Is it over? Oh my gosh. Okay, so it just ended. My bad. I'm so sorry. Shoot, let me see if I can find it on social media. Dang it. I didn't think I was gonna. I thought it was happening now. Dang it. Hold on. Let's check this out. Let's check it out. Where's the weigh-in? I don't think somebody's got to have a clip. Okay, here we go. Okay, all right. So I got it pulled up. Let me read the chat real quick, and then I'll go back and pull it. Let me see. Let me read the chat real quick, and then we're going to look at the weigh-in results of Kafu versus Bam. Let me see. I got Usyk. You got Usyk winning this fight. Absolutely. It just ended. Maybe catch the playback. Yep, I'm about to look at it right now. Bam look a little fluffy. Well, let's look at it right now. Hey, I got it pulled up now. Let's check and see what it's all about. With the final face-off and weigh-in. Oh, gosh, wait. Is this it? Yeah, it's final face-off and weigh-in for Kafu versus Bam. I believe this is the stare down. Let me make sure the quality's up so we can actually see it in all of its glory. Well, it's the best it can be. So, yeah, let's see what it look like. Okay, so Kafu is taller. Bam doesn't look as cut. I'll say that. He still looks in good shape. Kafu is a big guy, I can't lie. Kafu is a really tall brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jesse
the height
Bam
difference I didn't see as this substantial.
The Truth Kafu, 12 rounds of boxing for the WBC.
You see, this physique reeks with power. And this physique matches the knockouts, or at least it matches the power implications based on the record. Bam, hey, doesn't look as cut, understandable. Doesn't look as trimmed up, as much, just stopping, bing, bang, boom type. It doesn't look like it. I get it, understand it. But both of them are on weight. And don't let it fool you. Don't let it fool you. Bam got some crack in his own way. And here's my thing about this fight. With Kafu, with a power puncher like Kafu, when we're looking at him and the power and the ability, if he catches you, you're hurt, and you're going to go down and all that stuff, it's all there. But the other question is, like we've said multiple times, what is going to be Kafu's delivery system when he wants to deliver that fatal blow? And if he can't land it, how is he going to be able to change? And what's he going to do to accommodate it? Because if again, I'm not saying this is all he has, but if it turns out that power is all that he has, and when it comes down to doing the other stuff, he can't mitigate it. He can't catch Bam. He can't read Bam. He's getting beat to the punch, and he turns into, hey, I can't throw because I'm getting countered every which way. What's going to be his next step to turn this thing around? Or are these 3 draws going to be a situation that he has on his record of why, in fact, this fight is a Bam Rodriguez showcase? No, again, I'm not calling this brother a bum. I'm not saying this brother's bad. Not in the slightest. I know the threat that he is. He's real. Absolutely, he's real. But at the same time, Bam's got power as well, and he can also deliver it in a vastly more superior, intricate, and diverse way than with Kafu. Not just with the flurry or the type of punch that he can throw from both hands, but how he sets you up for those shots while being able to be great defensively as well. Kafu dealing with that, I don't know if it's going to be a situation where he'll be able to handle it and win. At least, again, in my estimation. But let me keep on reading what you all have to say. But again, I do see the power. I do see the power, and I see why, at least on standing side by side with each other, that, hey, Kafu does look like somebody, both with record and with physique. And again, if you know him stylistically, can be somebody, can be a real test for the likes of Bam Rodriguez. Let me see. Oh, yo, Teddy Burkshot, what do you do? Sean Luke, hey, brother, how you doing? Good to see you. So glad that you tuned into the show. So glad that you're here again. This is indeed the championship rounds. As I keep on telling everybody, your time to make the show your own. Let's see what you all got to say on the matter of it all. And whenever you want to discuss whether it was stuff we haven't talked about, debates we haven't been able to have, debates that you want to have, dream fight scenarios, movies, TV, sports, all this stuff, we can talk about it. Past every shows we've talked about that you want to readdress, questions, concerns, comments, debates, all of it, we can have it right here on the show. And if you would, please leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. Share the show with everybody that you can. And be sure to subscribe if you haven't already to join this empire. Absolutely. And please, if you want to support the show, Cash App, PayPal, links in the description. While we don't have super chats yet, we're getting close, getting there. In the process, it's coming down the pipe. But in the meantime, best way to support us is right here on the screen and down in the description below if you want to give something to the show. And if you do give something, tell us in the chat where you gave, how much you gave. I can verify it. And then boom, give you your just due and your props. Absolutely. Because I don't want to miss nobody if you do give to this show. But let me keep on reading. But good to see you, Teddy. I'm so glad that you're here. 1,100 is madness though. Shoot. Maybe that's a bit too big of a margin. Now, it also could be because I can see that as a wild, I get the wide gap, but this wide, my gosh, I don't think Kafu ain't got no chance now. Now, it could also be because Kafu isn't really widely known. Again, we can say that Bam may not have the star power of an Inoue or of a Tank or of the pound-for-pound rankings that his name deserves. But he does have some level of, he at least is in the consciousness of more people than maybe I gave credit for. But Kafu, for a lot of people, it's going to be relatively unknown. And that's not, again, not trying to dismiss him. I'm saying because, again, of these lower divisions. Everybody don't know everybody. So that could also be why we see this brother having such a wide margin. But nah, that's pretty steep. And I think that Bam's gonna knock him out. But that's still pretty steep. I mean, that's steep. That's steeper than I would have imagined. I mean, my goodness. Shoot. Dang. That's a shoot. That's wow. That's actually really wild. Let me see. Lawrence Okogie gets KO'd by Lorena. He literally killed Daniel Dubois. Oh yeah, when he almost knocked out Daniel Dubois, when he knocked him down 3 times, but then he got knocked out afterwards. But see, here's the thing. Lawrence Okogie, I did not think he was going to be that big coming at the heavyweight. Though again, he's been, cruiserweight, done this thing like heavyweight and all that stuff. But he came in at 262. Brother, Lawrence Okogie came in at 262. 262. I thought like 130, maybe 140. Because he does have a big frame, but 262 with his talent. Now, I'm not saying he's just going to dominate, but I mean, that changes some things for me. That changes some things for me. And I got, shoot, that's golly. That might change, that unexpected size difference and how it looks on him, that might change the stuff for me. Though, yes, again, Lorena can, rock Okogie, absolutely. But I'm interested to see how Okogie's gonna fight now. I'm interested to see how Okogie is gonna fight now with this newfound frame and potential unlocked power with his physical capabilities. With again him being almost 270, which again is ridiculous. It's absolutely insane. But let me see. Let me keep on reading. Lorena is the main reason I took all my stocks out of Daniel Dubois. So Lorena was the guy that made you lose faith in Daniel Dubois because of the performance that he did. And again, that performance, shocked, unexpected, absolutely in that first round. Almost had that, but was it round 2? One of the 3, I think it was within the first 3 rounds. Almost had Dubois out of there. Genuine. I don't know why he stopped after he had that brother hurt, but regardless of which, I get it. Now, Dubois has changed and become better, has adapted and overcome and mitigated himself to becoming hold on, wait a minute, trying to get myself centered and get myself right. But he has changed in terms of Dubois. He has gotten better. There's no denying it. Thankfully, he's not that fighter anymore. But still, if Lorena can do that to Dubois, even that version of Dubois, Okogie better be careful. But at that 262, with how tall and big he looks against Lorena, I might have to say Okogie may win this. I might have to say Okogie's going to be able to win this. Let me see. I think Fundora beats Tim. Oh, I forgot. Fundora also fights on the card as well. Thank you for reminding me. I think Fundora beats Tim Tszyu. Did you hear about the Pitbull fight? We did. We did hear about the Pitbull fight. There is a replacement for that Pitbull fight, at least in the works right now with, who was it? Fight Buzz TV brought it up. It was, hold on, wait a minute. Wait a second. I got it. I just got to find it. What was that? I know it was here. It was Omar Salcido Gomez. Gomez, excuse me. Omar Salcido is in talks right now of the last 45 minutes to replace Fierro, who had to go to the hospital because of the weight cut and couldn't make weight for this fight tonight. So, we potentially could have the card, or at least somewhat saved, or at least have Isaac Cruz on the card still to have him fight. Nothing set in stone, though. But that fight has been, is in the works of being replaced at this point in time with a potential opponent in Omar. But let me keep on reading with you all. Oh, yeah, but let me answer the Tim Tszyu thing. Tim Tszyu, I think Tim Tszyu is going to win. I think he's going to win. I'm sorry. I really do.
here.
I really do. Now, the biggest thing, see, here's the biggest thing with Sue, though, is Sue and the mental gaps. The mental gaps of that cut. Will he be willing to implement the game plan that was working the first time, which was leading with the, what was it? What was it, the straight right hand that was landing on Fundora, knocking Fundora's head back? And let's not forget. Let's not forget. Don't forget the first rounds. What, the first 2 or 3 rounds before the cut? Dubois was hurting. Not Dubois. The first 3 rounds before the cut at the top of the head, or however many rounds before Tim Tszyu got cut on top of the head, Tim Tszyu was winning that fight. He was. He was winning that fight. He was in control. He was hurting, or at least catching Fundora with some heavy straight punches. He was. When the cut happened and he couldn't see, all of a sudden he couldn't throw with the same accuracy. And even then he was still turning it into a very competitive fight where Fundora was getting his head knocked back. But Fundora was doing better work with his jab because Tszyu could not see. Now, we had some concerns with the cut and the lasting effects. What happens? Boom, gets knocked out by Bakram Murtazali. Murtazali. That brother who is an absolute destruction machine. That brother. Oh, that was indiscriminate, unrelenting, what was it, 2 or 3 round demolition job that completely put Tim Tszyu out. Yeah. And part of that was because he was worried about the cut. Now that we're here, now that we are here, ooh, we can see some real stuff. Ooh, we can see some real work. We can see potentially Tim Tszyu, if he has recovered, do and finish the work that he started in those first couple rounds against Fundora and actually put him out there. Because Tim Tszyu can knock out Sebastian Fundora. Let's be real. We know this. We know this. When he can see, he can knock out Sebastian Fundora. He's got the pop, he's got the power. He definitely has the reach and was able to get him and dilute Fundora's length up until the cut happened and he couldn't see. But when he was able to see, I was saying he was gonna get Tim Tszyu out of it. And so I'm picking Tim Tszyu again. I'm picking him again. I'm picking Tim Tszyu to knock out Fundora. I am picking Tim Tszyu to knock out Fundora and get the job done this time. If he does not let the past PTSD, the haunting nature of that cut, dissuade him, he can get him out of it. I'm telling you, he can get him out of there. He can do it. I can't mark my words. He can get him out of there. But he's got to be unrelenting in putting his foot on the gas. You got it. If you don't, it's going to be a problem. If you don't, it's going to be a problem. Absolutely. Let me keep on reading. Tim is minus 157. Sebastian Fundora is plus 230. I think I will lean Fundora, but we'll see. Again, I even with the odds, I got Tim Tszyu. I really do think Tim Tszyu is going to come back and do his thing, and without the cut being a concern, if in fact he doesn't let it cloud his judgment on what he needs to do and doesn't be afraid to close the gap because of the cut, he can win. He should win. He's a better fighter than Sebastian Fundora. He absolutely is. He's faster, he's sharper, he's got more power. And even when he was cut, he was still able to take Fundora's best punches. I know he can beat Fundora. It's just mentally, it's the gap. It's the blockade still there from the cut on top of the head. Are you going to be pining for it like you did in the fight with Bakram? Or is it finally beyond you? And you're going to say, I'm going to fight like I need to fight. And if you do that, I think you'll get the win. Absolutely. Let me see, Lawrence is a hugger, and Lawrence is a hugger. That means he won't be able to throw a punch because he's going to be always clenching up. Again, we're going to see. We're going to see. From cruiserweight to 262 is not good for the fat guy, I don't think. Or it's not good for the fat guy, I don't think. So it doesn't work like that. Now again, you could be right. I'm not saying you could be right, and y'all could be leaning into it too much. Again, at 262, I would be interested to see what he was going to fight like with this added weight. It could be bad. It could not work out at all. It could be that it worked out in 3. Because again, The 262, it didn't look like he was fat. It didn't look as burly. In fact, I'll pull up as I'm going through the chat, I'll pull up a clip of it. But he didn't look like a bad 262, a flabby out of shape 262. So I'm like, hey man, it's gonna be interesting. Let me see. Miss Queen, hi girl, what's good with you? How you doing? Thanks for tuning in to the show. So glad that you're here, Mr. Chet. Hold on. How you doing? So glad that you showing up. Thanks for tuning in to the show. If you haven't, please leave a like on the stream. Let's see. Also, hop on Dragon Ball Sparking. I got Frieza. Oh man, I gotta get it when I can get when I get it. I'll be able to play. Shoot, I'm still working to get my stuff a bag. I'm down on hopping on. Now I gotta get good at it though. Let's be real. I played it once at a friend's house months ago, so I got it. It's gonna take me a minute to get good on the sticks. I can't lie. Give me some time. Let me get into the hyperbolic chime chamber. Let me take some time training with Weiss. Let me take some time training with a day is an hour. An hour is equivalent to a day. Give me a couple of days. Let me get some years. Today is equivalent to training. Then I'll be back on the ball. But I don't care how anybody feels. I call Broly. I know. Yes, it may seem cheesy. I don't care. You know why? Broly's my favorite character. That brolic 7-foot, 10-foot behemoth who just goes and grapples people, clotheslines folks, laughs while he destroys you. That's my guy. That's my kind of brother. That's my kind of dude. Absolutely. And I get it. Can be seen as overpowered, especially with the Budokai Tenkaichi series and the way that it's been going. Yes, everybody ain't scaled the same. I know. I get it. I'm not one for cheese, but I love who I love. And I love Broly. Broly. If I was a Dragon Ball character, Broly would be me. Z Broly. Super Broly ain't no problem. Z Broly, brother, that's my dog. Brother, that's my G. Get that brother a do-rag in the shame. We've been hanging out in the corner. I guarantee. My crew would be Luffy, Broly, Vegeta, Whitebeard, Zoro. Do-rags and violence. That's what we gonna be about. That's the time my crew will be on. And so he's a part of that crew. He's a part of that. He's part of that brigade. I'm rocking with that. But again, just full disclaimer. And so, but let me keep on reading. Fondora doesn't get in that type of match. He beats Tim Tszyu if he stays behind his jab. Again, all he has to do is beat Fondora to the punch. With that, I believe if he's an orthodox. I think Tim Tszyu orthodox. Let me make sure. If Tszyu is an orthodox fighter, then it should be that straight right hand that can beat him. It should be. Because again, that's what was popping him the last time out. And it's not like Sebastian Fondora, again, from what I've seen, it ain't like he has gotten or elevated his game so much that the same stuff can't work. It can't. And for him, yeah, he's orthodox. So yeah, the big right hand, naked down the pipe, without any setup, is a great way for him to be able to get some success against the likes of Sebastian Fondora. Catch him before he can get his jab out. Beat him to the punch. You punch first, and you can get it. You can get it. You can get the knockout. Absolutely. And so I think even more than staying behind his jab, throw that straight right hand like a jab. Use your right hand as a jab. Because you can get it out. It can do some damage. It can further push Fondora back so that you can have more leeway to be more aggressive when it comes to, okay, hey, I want to go for the kill. I want to attack the body and head and attack that long torso of Fondora. Set up some big shots upstairs. Force him to the ropes. Because if Fondora is able to get some forward momentum, that's where Fondora really shines. Forward momentum and on the inside, that's where Fondora shines. You take that forward momentum away. He uses the jab then as an escape. but it's not refined enough to be able to get opponents off of him in terms of Fundora's jab. It's great to use to set up some stuff, to move forward, to push you back. But pushing him back when Fundora uses that jab, it's not nearly as effective. Now, you got to worry about the inside fighting of Fundora, absolutely. But Tim Tszyu on the inside, when he can see, can definitely do some damage. And again, I think is a better inside fighter and can be more destructive. And so, but again, fight night. Tomorrow's gonna show us. Tomorrow's gonna show us absolutely. I got Tim Tszyu was beating Fundora before the cut. I'm sure Tim Tszyu got it. Hey, I do too. Also, hey, Jay Riggs, what's good with you, man? How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in to the show. So glad that you're here. I got Tszyu winning this fight. I got him dominating. Well, not dominating. I have him going through. And I'm going to say that he knocks out Fundora. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say that he knocks out Fundora. Because he was on the road to do that the last time out. Before the cut. He was on the road to knocking out Fundora. Before he got cut on top of the head. Now, my only concern is if that cut happens again. How is he going to respond? If Tim Tszyu gets cut in any way in this fight, how is he going to respond? That's the concerning thing. How is he going to be able to respond? And it's because this, again, his last win was a good win. It wasn't against a great opponent, but it was a good win. But the two losses back to back against Bakram and Fundora, that like one with a slicing elbow that led to you getting peppered with jabs, and now you're swimming in a pool. You're literally swimming in a pool of your own blood, trying to fight out, and then getting cut up and destroyed by Bakram in that quick fashion. It can do something to you. It can. What it will do, I'm not sure. That's the concern. The biggest thing with this fight isn't necessarily is on top of the cut. The mental stability of Fundora facing the man who derailed his career in that type of fashion, in such a horrific fashion, from the standpoint of the crimson mask that was put on him. He's still a warrior. It's just even warriors can have some level of hesitation if they fall into the thing of, hey, this is the same thing that got me last time. And what's going to happen? That's the interesting thing to see. But again, I still want to hear from you all. It's still the championship rounds. We are still in the mode of the whole show. You all drive the conversation. You all dictate the pace. You all go through, and whatever topics, debate, concerns, and all the stuff that you want to have, we can have it today, right here, right now, for the world to see. And we were talking about Usyk. We were talking about GOAT conversation. We can still talk about that. We can talk about the likes of where Usyk goes from here. Could Usyk potentially face off against what opponent would you like Usyk to face off against if Usyk does beat Daniel Dubois this time out? Because remember, he's got one more fight after this, at least his words. He's got one more fight after this. What fight would you want him to have? What fight would you want him to be? What fight would you want him to take part in? Would you want him to fight? Do you want to see Usyk 3? Some people said no. At least last episode, some people said no. Would you want him to fight a Joseph Parker who's been long deserved? Or do you want to see somebody different? Somebody completely out of left field? Would you like to see Fabio Wardley try to fight against Usyk? With the one-punch destructive power that we saw Wardley have. Would you like to see him and the potential get-out-of-jail-free card that is that great eraser in that right hand come through and take Usyk for a ride and potentially put Usyk down? Hypothetically, would you want to see Usyk fight more than just 2 times? And would you like to see that he stays in the division and see how long this reign can go? If Usyk ever fought against Moses Atuma, would you think that Atuma would have a shot at winning? If Usyk stayed for more than just 2 fights. Let's say he stayed 2 years. And let's say he reigned. or even if he got stripped, or even if he lost the belt, was able to go through and still be one of the biggest champions in the world. One of the belt holders, because there ain't many people that beat him, even at this advanced age. Do you think that Moses Atuma would be able to go and be the man, either the first or the next, one of the few, depending on how Usyk's career goes, to beat the likes of Usyk? Do you think Atuma, once he gets to his greatness, is going to be the man to beat in this whole heavyweight division? And it's not going to be Caballo. It's not going to be the likes of a Ward. Even though the competitors like Justice Huni, old competitors like Big Bang James, most likely going to be gone in a couple years. Anthony Joshua, who still is young enough to make another run, most likely still going to be at in the mix, won't be at the mix, if that makes sense. In the running, but not really there. You know what I'm saying? So, now, it's a situation where could Itama be the man to reign supreme? Or is there another heavyweight that we need to have our eyes on? Dubois. Could Dubois be the guy that goes and reigns over this division as of the next generation? Though he's somewhat part of this current generation, he is the founding face. He is the leading contender. He is going to be, in your eyes, especially if he wins this fight against Usyk, he's going to be the man that everybody's going to have to step to be able to dethrone. He's going to be the standard bearer, hypothetically. Which, again, if he beat Usyk off the backs of these most recent resurgence of performances, insane. Absolutely insane if that took place. Oh, speaking of Anthony Joshua, I almost forgot to bring this up. Hold on, wait a minute. Everybody pump the brakes. Everybody pump the brakes for 1 second. Hold on. Speaking of Anthony Joshua, some of this news may have gone from under your nose. But we got some new revelations of who he may fight. We have some new situations, some new, we have some new found info on who, hold on, wait a minute, let me make sure I got the name right. Hold on, wait a minute. We got some newfound information on who in the world we may see Anthony Joshua fight against next. I'll play it for you right now. Some of y'all guessed it, but I'll play it for you right now.
Doing in boxing, it's good for boxing to have young generation. I am against some kinds of fight he do. I want to tell you example and surprise. I am thinking me and him to doing him against Joshua now. Joshua, if he destroy him, it will be good for me. The headache of Jack Paul will go from my mind. If Jack Paul win, I will know that Joshua is finished, and Jack Paul deserve to be ranking and deserve to have future in boxing, right? I don't want it 50-50. In this situation, I wanted 99-1. Jack Paul accepted. Now I next week I will talk with Joshua about it.
All right. Well, from the man himself, looks like we got ourselves a fight. From the man himself, looks like we got ourselves a fight. And again, now, you know I don't like talking about Jake Paul, but now this is different. Hey, this is different. This is different. This is great. This is beautiful because I have been saying, we want to see Jake Paul face off against somebody. You called out from Tank to Joshua, and everybody in between, what you're going to do. And now, from Turkey Out Sheik's mouth himself, apparently Jake Paul has agreed to fight Anthony Joshua. Now he's going to go to Anthony Joshua next week and talk with Joshua to get a fight with Jake Paul to be made. And he said he doesn't want this to be close. He wants it to be that Joshua destroys. He wants it to be 99-1. Because if you're going to talk like you talk, and you're going to be this much of a cash cow, and you're working with me, you're going to do what you do. And hey, look, have we not talked about on a consistent basis? And Jay, you guessed it before anybody. It's Jake Paul. Have we not talked about on a consistent basis that when you work with Turkey, you are going to be tested? There's nobody that has worked with him that has not been put in a fight that is going to be, if you don't win, it's because you're not better than them. Point blank, period. If you are a big star, if you want to be about this, you got to put in work about it. Now, did we also not say that we wanted to see Jake Paul face off against competent people that have had experience, that are young, or at least close to his age, around the natural way, to see what you can actually do? We were talking about amateurs. We were talking about people that have been training 5-6 years in the amateurs, moving up, trying to become great. And let's see what you can do against somebody whose whole life has been nothing but boxing. If you really want to be in this championship domain, fine. But if you really want to be a big star and walk with the same spectacle cachet, but you want big names, this is a big name. And if this fight's going to be made, I'm here for it. Because I want to see Jake Paul get knocked out. I'm going to be real. I'm going to be real. I want to see the buddy get knocked out. I want to see him get destroyed. I want to see him get put to sleep. I want to see him put in a comatose state. I'm full disclaimer. Again, I want to still be healthy and all that stuff, but I want to see this brother put out like Jin Sasaki. Worse. I want the myth of Jake Paul done. I do. That's me. Because, I know other stuff about Jake Paul, history before boxing and all that stuff. Again, he's done great stuff for women's boxing and to help make the sport more popular, absolutely. But desecrating the sport by going through and fighting people 55, 60, close to 60, old retired people, but calling and discrediting all these other people like you're something big in this sport from the standpoint of you got the knowledge to say something. When you, again, were losing the second half of the fight, or at least the last 2 rounds to Chavez, when Chavez just decided, okay, I'm going to throw. Nah, you ain't like that. And so, if you want to be about this work, and if you're Jake Paul, go fight Anthony, and you called him out. Now are you going to agree to it? That's the thing. And beyond just him agreeing to it, there was a statement. Hold on, wait a minute. Jake Paul had put out a statement as well about this whole situation. Let me see if I can find it right now on come on. Normally I got my stuff set and ready, but Jake Paul did put out a statement about the rumors or about Turkey going on the Boxing Boys and talking about that deliberately and saying that I want to make this fight happen. Okay, here we go. See? Per Jake Paul himself, or at least per his team, Jake Paul is the only person that decides what Jake Paul wants to do. I provide my advice, as do his coaches, but 1,000% is Jake Paul who decides who he fights and when he fights. Always. And whenever and whatever he wants to do, MVP and his team 1,000% will 10,000% always support him. Most valuable promotion CEO on Joshua versus Paul talks. So this confirms 2 things. One, it confirms that Jake Paul has been indeed dictating his entire career per his voice, per his own words. No, let me get out of that. So let me get out of that. So we ain't got no situation where people we don't want the endless cycle of a video feeding back over and over. So, but 2 things. One, Jake Paul has actually been choosing of his own volition to go and fight these people that are indeed 50, 60 years old with no real credentials or credit abounding in them, which is horrible. Absolutely terrible. But number 2, what this also dictates is that if Jake Paul does not take this fight, it's not because his team didn't advise against it. It's not because his own people said, nah, don't do it. It's because he truly doesn't want the test. Now, Turkey said that yes, Jake Paul agreed. He's going to talk to Joshua to see if it happens. But as we've seen with Jake Paul before, Butler is a sleazy type of fella. Butler's slick as grease. He's dry ice. If you ain't careful, you're going to slide and crash dealing with him. It could all be a bluff. And then boom, nothing really's coming into play. Though he has shaken hands with Turkey Usyk before. His mentality might be just like with Tank. I don't need you. I'm bigger than you. You can't tell me or force me to do something I don't want to do. That could be the very thing. But if he's about it and he takes it, great. And again, if this is going to be a fight, if this is really going to be a fight, 10 rounds, 3 minutes, legitimate, again, it's sanctioned. Ain't no speculation of different rules, different regulations. Somebody's taking a dive and all that stuff. This should be the end of Jake Paul in a very destructive manner. It should be. It should be. Let's see. Jake Paul is fake. Jake Paul is fake. If he wants credit, he should start from the bottom, fighting fighters, top 20, top 15, then beating top 10 fighters convincingly, like all of the boxers. And again, I get it. I agree. That's the normal route. That's the normal route of becoming, legitimate. Jake Paul has been able to be in a situation where he has been able to curtail what it means or how he has become a star-powered name. That would be the most optimal goal. Again, Vidal Ridley went through that route and is now a British champion. YouTuber, started boxing genuinely for years, went through beating lower ranked people, worked his way up, and is now an actual champion. At least amongst the British, is it British regional or British national titles? One of the big British belts. He's got them. At, I believe, heavyweight or cruiserweight. So it's like he is becoming a name. Legitimately. After that, that's the route I wish Jake Paul would have taken. But he went the other way. Which, hey, that's what he did. But now, like I said before, he's in a rock and a hard place. After Chavez, especially with the drama that happened with Chavez, now people are not looking at him and saying, oh, we just want the spectacle. Now it is, you were almost ranked by the WBA at cruiserweight. You now are potentially in talks with a heavyweight. If you back out of this fight, if you, Jake Paul, back out of this fight now, that Turkey has publicly said, hey, this is what we're trying to make next. Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua. If you're the one that backs out, brother, you're done. You're done. Nobody can take you seriously. Because you called out the names. You called out Jake. You called out Anthony Joshua. Turkey came in and made the fight. And then you say, yeah, I'm going to do it, and then you don't do it. If, in fact, it goes through and all of a sudden you pull out, hey, brother, now, yeah, we don't care. We don't care. The only thing that we can care about with Jake Paul now is Jake Paul going up against top 10 to top 5 talent at cruiserweight or heavyweight, because that's what he talks about. He walks around 200-something, walks around at cruiserweight, walks around at heavyweight, can get down to cruiserweight. Was trying to fight Tank. And again, right now, speaking of which, with that Tank fight, that fight might not even be happening at all. And I'm not even going to, it's not even me saying this for years. This is now coming out the mouth of Lamont Roach himself, and I'll pull up that clip later on. But, Jake, you can't what? Didn't I tell you? Did I not tell you all? He's getting into a rock and a hard place. There's no wiggle room anymore for Jake Paul. Either you fight and prove yourself against the top of the top, because now you're both financially at that level and you're talking that big of a game. You have to back it up at some point. You have to. And he hasn't. All this time, since it became apparent that, okay, yeah, he should be fighting actual boxers now and not just celebrities, not UFC fighters, not old retired boxers, prime boxers, because now he's at that point where he is a boxer. We ain't got to call him bad, but he's got enough to where he's got enough talent where a certain threshold cannot beat him. He has enough talent where a certain threshold is not able to beat him. That is apparent and true. And so because of that, you got to show it. And now you're in a situation where you can't go down. Just like with Tank. You can't, make sure I'm finding the camera. You can't go down anymore. You can't go down. Either you go up and you fight the people that are supposed to be at your level, or we don't pay to see you and you lose money and you don't get any revenue and you slowly but surely fade out of the mind's eye of people. Because people less and less are starting to care. People less and less are starting to give a hoot about you. People less and less are starting to view you as actually viable. You couldn't knock out Mike Tyson. You couldn't knock out Chavez Jr. when Chavez was doing nothing for almost 8 rounds. And when he actually started doing something in the last 2, you got overwhelmed and you almost got put out yourself. You still ain't got no stamina. You ain't got great footwork. All the technique that you can gain and you can show in those first 5 rounds after round 6 goes out the window. And mind you, that was at cruiserweight. But if you fight at heavyweight, you're going to lose your stamina and gas tank and all of your technique, the little that you have, quicker than you ever had, or quicker than you've ever had before. Going up against somebody that can actually do something to you. That's trouble. That's trouble. That's big trouble. That's problematic. And that's something that, hey, you ain't ready for that. But you put yourself in that situation that say, I am ready. And now you got to back it up. Because if you don't, people will just drop you. They'll just drop you. Turkey already dropped T.O. And Schofield. For what he said was the mess that they put up when he was working with them at Saudi Arabia. Or in New York and in Saudi Arabia and all those other places. So it can happen again to Jake Paul. And then, boom. Completely outside of the mind. Then you actually have to fight KSI. No, just the actual other celebrities. But no longer in the real boxing ranks. But let me see. Chavez is a celebrity now. Yes, he is. Chavez has been for years. Nothing of any validation of what he used to be when he was actually at the top of the mountain at 160. He's nowhere close to that. We had hopes that he might turn into something else, but he didn't. He showed some glimpses in the last 2 rounds, but that was because he just waited. And there wasn't the drive and spark didn't come until up. Okay, I got to get desperate now. No. He's done. He's done. And rightfully so. Rightfully so. He should be. Excuse me while I'm changing my camera, trying to make sure that everything is nice and neat and straight for the thing. But he's gonna get. I hope it happens. I do hope it happens, so I can see Jake Paul get destroyed, so I can see him get put out, so I can see him get absolutely obliterated, so I can see that brother end up worse than Francis Ngannou. Because again, all Anthony Joshua has to do is just let Jake Paul tire himself out for 5 rounds. Jake Paul's already going to be scared of going and engaging with Joshua if this fight did happen. So all he would really have to do is just walk Jake Paul down, let him throw for 5 rounds out of desperation, force him to use his legs and go on and tire himself out because he's scared. And then after round 6, boom, power jab, power jab, power jab. Up, Jake Paul tries to throw. Big shot that misses. With the reach, because he's gonna have to lunge in, so he's already gonna miss. He's at a big reach and height disadvantage. So Jake Paul comes in, trying to capitalize on the jab and trying to counter it with the jab of his own. Comes in too far up. Big right hand. Jake Paul's wobble. Uppercut. Hook. Straight right. Hook again. Jake Paul's down. Jake Paul might get up. Just like with Francis Ngannou. Boom. One big right hand afterwards. And Jake Paul is dead.
Hey, look at this. We got the problems here.
Jake Paul
We got
dies.
some problems here.
Hopefully not literally. But Jake Paul is forever changed. Jake Paul doesn't remember what happened for the last 6 weeks of his life. Hypothetically, that may happen. But he gets knocked out, period. To put up or shut up. That's all we're saying. He's probably going to get shut up about this. But in the words of Lamont Roach in regards to this fight with Gervonta Davis, he had gone on his own stream and said Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it? Hold on. Here it is. Here it is right here. Right here. And gone and said about in regards to whether that fight is actually going to happen or not. I've been saying that fight is not going to happen. I've been saying that fight has some real problems and situations in regards to the ability to actually make the fight go around. But I'll let him say it for himself, since some people may not believe exactly what's happening.
I'm gonna be mad as shit.
Also, excuse the language. Viewer discretion is advised.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I just think this nigga don't want to fight. I'm gonna put point blank and simple like that. Remember when I told y'all when I tweeted the whole motherfucking he ain't hold up his end of the whatchamacallit? He still ain't get past that. So that shit getting me mad, bro. I'm not gonna lie. It's still a possibility. But yeah, I think little bro little bro really don't want to get in there. Like, no funny. I'm not even playing, bro. Like, no funny. I really think he don't want to get in there. That shit really throwing me off.
And so, like, cause again, like I have been reporting, he hasn't signed a contract. Tank has still been in limbo with actually putting his pen to paper. Couple that with, again, what's going on with the domestic violence case. Again, went to jail, got bailed, hadn't been training for months. Because again, this happened in like June. I think maybe early June, the reported incident. That again, got him arrested and all that stuff. But seemingly, everything has been out of whack for Tank. And with Tank being in this whirlwind, now when it's time for him to go through and I'm sorry, I'm trying to something's irritating my nose. I do apologize. I don't know what it is. Something, good gosh, dust in the air, something like that. My bad. I'm so sorry. I do apologize. But I've been telling y'all this. Tank is not wanting to fight. But hypothetically, Tank hasn't done his due diligence to confirm, yes, this fight's still going on. Mind you, he has made bail. He is out of jail. Again, reputation's in the gutter. I understand completely. It's horrible what happened. No question. But strictly sticking to the fight game, he is still at any point in time able to sign this contract. And all the concerns we were having about Tank potentially being, training like a dog for this fight with Lamont, now literally been put to rest before our eyes with factual evidence. ESPN articles saying this man has not been in the gym, while Welch has been the one actually training hard, getting ready for this fight. All of this is to say that Tank, right now, is in a real struggling situation where we're all waiting on him, but he isn't answering the call. And he won't answer the call, potentially. Like I said before, this could end his career early and just say, I'm done. Because he's got a challenge right in front of him. A lucrative challenge that would make him a butt ton of money. A lucrative challenge that would give him not just some great cachet, some actual legacy to his name, but would also set him up for even bigger mega fights down the line. It would. It absolutely would. But still, he is dragging his feet. When it should have been, he should have been prepped and ready. And we always say Tank is always prepared. But now when he's not, some people ain't calling out like it needs to be. Tank, Roach is having these concerns because they're valid concerns that Tank is not going to fight him. They are valid concerns that Tank is not going to step in the ring with him. We saw this before with Usyk Cruz when Usyk deserved the rematch, but never got a rematch. This time, this was the most wanted fight outside of Shakur that Tank has had in his career. Since that fight with Usyk Cruz, everybody wanted to see how they run it back. And yet he's still not doing anything. And again, there's no excuses now because he is in fact out of jail. He has made bail. Should he be in jail? Hey, whole nother conversation. That's a whole nother conversation, absolutely. For domestic violence is despicable. But he's out. Where is your drive and your wanting to get your get back if in fact you really wanted your get back? Because Lamont's ready. But like I said, Tank ain't signed. Will Tank ever sign? And if Tank doesn't fight Lamont Roach, who is he going to fight now? If he doesn't fight Lamont Roach can't be hung out to dry. He can't be. Lamont Roach can't just stay there waiting and just pining for Tank to make a decision. He's got to move on. He's got to go through and make something happen. And with making something happen,
But
he put out his own statement, or again, on social media, on his stream, about what he's going to do in light of Tank not fighting him, potentially for the foreseeable future.
y'all can hear me. Y'all can hear me. After I beat Tank, I'm fighting the winner of Devin Haney and Brian Norman. There you go. I'm not gonna say it again. Y'all can clip it. Y'all can do whatever. That's what I'm doing. You heard it here first.
All right. Well, there you go. Well, there you go. Now again, this was, when was this? It was June 19th. So when it seemed like the fight potentially would still maybe be signed, he said this. But that still is valid. And as you just heard in the clip, those are the next two things that can come down the pipe. Winner, or the next thing, winner of Devin Haney versus Norman, Roach is moving up to fight. And now that's actually ridiculous. Let's be real now. We're talking about Lamont Roach, who just moved up to 135. In his first fight, gave Tank all he could give. Absolutely. And that's impressive. No question about it. But then moving up from 135 to 147 to fight the winner of Haney and Norman, that, without any tune-up, a straight up, over 10-pound difference? And that's over 15 pounds. 135, 140, that's 5. 140 to 147, that's what, yeah, that's what, 12? 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that's right. That's a 12-pound jump. Apparently, as your first fight against potentially either one of the most technical, lanky boxers in the division, former undisputed champion Devin Haney, or against one of the most destructive current fighters at 147, who's looking like a boogeyman to the rest of the world, in Brian Norman Jr. I mean, that's preposterous. That is ridiculous. That is insane. Like, brother, if you go through and do that, I mean, hey, more power to you. Like, I would be shocked if that took place. That is what type of timing is Lamont Roach trying to be on? No, I can understand. Okay, hey, I'm looking to fight Shakur. Great. I'm looking to fight Abdullah Mason. Great. I'm looking to fight even the Keyshawn Davis, who moved up to 140. Great. But to go up to 147 and potentially have to fight the likes of Devin Haney, or even worse, Brian Norman Jr. at 147 pounds. Though, again, what you did to Tank was indeed phenomenal. Impressive. Garnered respect. No question about it. It makes us view you in a different light as to what you can do and achieve. But oh my gosh. Let's be real. Do you based on what we saw Lamont do to Tank, if Lamont moved up to 147 to fight against Brian Norman Jr. or Devin Haney, do you think he could beat any of them? Do you think so? Because now it's an actual talking point. Now more than ever, because we don't know if Lamont Roach is going to actually fight Tank at all. So that could still be the game plan of, okay, forget this. I'm training to get up to 140 now, or excuse me, 147 now. And I'm going to fight Devin Haney. If the winner of that fight this year, I'm next. Point blank period. Hypothetically, that's what could happen. Again, like you said there, you said he heard it here first. So I'm like, can he beat him? I don't know. I do not know. Because the thing is, I don't want to say that the Lamont Roach fight versus Tank was a fluke. I don't say that. But a big part of why this fight was so important, both for Tank but also for Lamont, was because we wanted to see if that performance was indeed a one-time affair, or if this really was what Lamont Welch is as a fighter. That's the thing. And again, hey, Warlock Boxing, what's good with you? How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for being to the show. So glad that you are here. And yeah, this and Jay Riggs, hey buddy, you gotta get comfortable. You gotta get comfortable where you are. But he's in his home. I'm in my home. I ain't got my shoes off. I ain't got my shoes on right now because I ain't about to wear my good stuff on my carpet. I'll tell you that. But it's like when we're looking at Tank potentially now going to fight with again, out of his own words, Lamont, Devin Haney, or Norman, winner of that fight at 147. And mind you, he said that clip was posted back up in June 29th, when the still ruminations of the fight with Tank and Lamont was still, everybody thought, okay, August 16th, it's going down. Tank's going to sign, and everything's going to be all hunky-dory. We're going to get the fight. Tank is just waiting out Lamont, trying to get him off his game by signing the contract. Like, again, Sugar Ray Leonard did that same thing to Roberto Duran when Leonard activated his rematch. And so, oh, yep. My bad. I did. I'm sorry. That flew, that joke, that flew in my head. That went right above me. That went right above me. I'm sorry. Jay Riggs. That was a good one, but I missed it. I completely missed it. That's my fault. That's on me. I missed that. I'm sorry. My bad. But I do apologize. Look, I think I'm funny, but I'm sorry. Sometimes I'm slow on the uptick when it comes to picking up on stuff. I'm sorry. That was a good one. I missed it though. I missed it. I'm so sorry. Oh Lord. I do apologize. Oh man, for that. But again, shoot, what was I saying? Shoot, what was I trying to say? I remember now. Again, last thing with the Tank Roach. It was important to see if Lamont Roach could be the same thing again, or if it was a fluke. Now, we don't think it was a fluke, but at the same time, this was his first fight at 135. He didn't look like this at 130. Though, again, he has some talent. We had our dissensions about this fight when it was initially made for great reasons, because it wasn't a fight that should have been made. So now that it has taken place, we're surprised, we're shocked, we love it, but at the same time, we don't know if it's the consistent thing. Now, if you are talking about moving up after that Tank fight, and now the Tank fight hasn't happened yet, and you're still discussing, or it's still on the table, that Brian Norman Jr. is still a viable problem, then great day in the morning. We gotta have some questions. Can you really beat them at that high weight class? Can you really beat them at 147? Even the likes of a Devin Haney. Especially the likes of Brian Norman Jr., which again, Brian Norman looks like the man that would be even more dangerous than Devin Haney. But even still, even with Devin Haney, for all the talk that we say about that brother being bad, being concerned, it's still a 12-pound jump against potentially one of the two better notarized fighters in all the world. That's the truth. And specifically against Brian Norman, who is an absolute monster right now. You don't want to fight like you did against Tank against Brian Norman, because that's and I don't think you're hurting him. That's a recipe for disaster, hypothetical. But again, I want to hear your thoughts on those prospective fights if Lamont Roach does move up to 147 to fight against Devin Haney and or Lamont Roach or Brian Norman Jr., depending on the winner of that, as he said he was going to do on June 29th. And it's going to be interesting. But let me see. Albert Real, what's good with you? Hey, man. How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in to the show. So glad that you're here. Or is it Albert or Rail? Is it Rail instead of Real? The first vowel, first vowel is the main vowel. Hopefully, I think I've been saying your name wrong for years. I do apologize, but for months rather, excuse me. But thank you for tuning into the show. So glad that you're here. I just heard the Pitbull fight is off. The Pitbull fight is indeed off. Yes, it is. However, it is still. Usyk Cruz is going to fight. Farrell missed weight, had to go to the hospital because of the weight cut was too much for him. Fight was off, but Usyk Cruz potentially will still have an opponent as what's his name? Hold on. Wait, we said it earlier in chat. Today. It was. Hold on. Wait a minute. We're here. Omar Salcido is in talks upwards of an hour ago to replace Fierro to fight against Usyk Cruz on the card. So we could still have a 4 or 5 fight card still on the docket with Usyk Cruz still fighting against a late replacement. It can still happen. Now, we're still waiting on confirmation. Still waiting on it. It could be that it gets taken out completely. But as of right now, talks are ensuing that we get a replacement fight happening for Usyk Cruz right here, right now. So that's what's going on right now. I bet Roach either beats Norman, if not at least close fight compared to the fight with Haney. And so, that's a good question. I bet Roach either beats Norman, if not, really? I bet Roach either beats Norman, if not at least close fight compared to Haney. Dang. I'm thinking the complete opposite. I'm thinking it would be a closer fight for Haney than it would be for Brian Norman Jr. I really am. I'm thinking if that fight did happen, again, as gargantuan of a task as it would be on both fronts, I'm thinking that he would have an easier, a closer competitive fight with Haney versus Norman. But again, let me hear your thought process. Break it down for me if you can. Why you feel that Roach would beat Norman more so than he would when he would beat Devin Haney. But let me see what you all got to say. Hold on, wait a minute. I think we got some money. Do we got some money? We got some money. Shoot, J Riggs, was it you? Sending $10 to the show. Thanks so much, my brother. Hey man, I appreciate it. So glad that you did it. So glad we got J Riggs sending $10 to the show. I believe it's J. Let me make sure. Let me validate. Let me make sure I'm on the up and up. So I ain't so I'll make sure I'm calling out the right people. Hold on. Wait a minute. I need a drum roll. I need a drum roll sound for this thing, so I can make sure when we do these spectacular events, we can make it happen. Yes, sir. $10. Thanks so much for helping us with the show, man. It means the world to me, and I appreciate. Again, you didn't have to do it. You could have done so many more with. Again, I'm not gonna say you could spend the money in a better place, because I tell you what, this is the best place to send all your dough. Give me all of your cash. Again, just jokes, just being funny. But we appreciate it, man. I do love that you sent some money to the show. Thank you for the $10. Means the world to me. And we appreciate all of the support with helping invest in the hottest show in all the globe, The Welch Report. With me, your host, Jean-Luc Welch. And so, man, I tell you, I love you. I appreciate it. Again, regardless of the money, still love you. Absolutely. But the money don't hurt either. And so, but thank you so much. Helps out the show a ton. And if anybody wants to try to outgive J Riggs, hey, the floor is yours to be available. It's still the championship rounds. We can have ourselves an auctioneer war right now. But if you wanted to give to the show, Cash App, PayPal, links are in the description as well for you to be able to give us support. If you want anything, we'll do. If you have some extra cash that you just want to, support, if you feel like, this is something worthwhile, please, feel free. We appreciate it. Again, we ain't trying to beg or plead, but this is the way that we make a living. And if you like what you're hearing and you want this to keep on going, helping support the show Means the world to us. While we're still waiting on super chats, getting it coming down the pipe. We're still building up the watch outs, building up all the stuff, waiting for the dockets to come through and all that. But while we're doing it, best way to do it right now is to support Cash App and PayPal. And if you do it, man, it means the world to me, and it helps out this show oh so much. So again, thank you, J Riggs, for the money. Thank you, J Riggs, for the donations. Thank you for the support. And again, we appreciate it for all of you spending time with us on the show, just in general, because again, y'all make this worthwhile. I love doing this, loving doing this with you all. And again, I might not always be right, but hopefully I'm entertaining enough that you value the opinion, or at least you're having a good time and listening to what we got to say. Absolutely. But let me keep on going with the streams. And again, thank you, J Riggs, for the donations, man. It helps me out and helps out the show. Thank you so much. But let me keep on. Listen, I like Rael. It like Rael. The A is pronounced like I. It's all good. Oh, so it's Albert Rael. Or it's Albert Rael. I think I'm saying it right. Albert Rael? Right, not Rael, but Rael. I like that. Ooh, I like that. Albert Rael. Oh, that sounds regal. Oh, that sounds debonair. That sounds well, wrong sound, doggone it. No, that sounds like this. That sounds like a motor. Yeah. Oh, that sounds like a production. That sounds grandiose. That sounds debonair. I like that. Albert Rael. Don't you hear me? Albert Rael. You can put that on a billboard. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I like that. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the correction. Thank you for helping me put on the right path for now. And again, if I keep on messing up, I'll say Albert just for the sake of ease. If I keep on botching it, and then we'll try it again later on. But we'll keep on reading. So Albert Rael, let me see what else you got to say. But can Roach come up to 147? That's the question. That's the question. That's the question that I'm really concerned about. Because again, this isn't Terrence Crawford that we're talking about. This isn't. Terrence Crawford went from 154, 168, 10 plus pound weight difference. And we're like, hey, he can actually do some real stuff. And because his skill set and his body have not just been dominating, but have proved people wrong so many times, regardless of weight class. Again, going up against, Errol Spence Jr. and doing what he did helped to further validate that claim of, hey, but this man might be able to conquer the seemingly unconquerable. But Lamont Roach, while surprised at what he has shown he can be, it is still not concrete that he can be that. Going up this drastically. Going up against, again, at this point in time, one of the most dangerous people, and the other one of the better boxers. Again, when he actually boxes. Jose Ramirez aside, one of the best boxers of the division in Devin Haney. That is still true, regardless of what Haney's last performance may have looked like. I don't even know if he can beat the likes of a Shakur or a Keyshawn Davis if he moved up. Though it is, if you put that performance against Tank, heck, you can be real, and you are real. That is still a very drastic, dangerous, and very much body-stretching type of situation. That is a real strain on the capabilities of what you can do. Now, if his body can handle it, okay, great. Phenomenal. Touche. Are you going to be able to take that type of power that Brian Owens Jr., as though, again, he took Tank's power, so hey, you can take Brian Owens Jr.'s power. Hypothetically. But at the same time, Lamont Roach was saying that Tank was too small for him, which is why he was able to eat the punches that he was able to eat when Tank was hitting him, and was able to walk Tank down like he was able to do. Because in his eyes, Tank is too small. Lamont Roach might have fought at 130, but he was bigger than Tank on the night of the fight, and fought like it as well, which is something that we've never seen people be able to do. We just haven't. We haven't seen it. Like, name a fight where a fighter has fought like the bigger man in that fight with Tank. Barrios, perfect example, I'll give you that. But then the tides turned, and now Barrios is on the back foot. And so it couldn't even last. Lamont made it last. So that is a a big feather in the cap of what Lamont can do. But even still, Tank has also been naturally a small guy for his entire career. Fighting up has been his MO, and he's great at it. He's a real threat. To make you fight big, to be able to fight big against him and be consistent with it for the entirety of a fight against Tank is impressive, no question about it. But also, Brian Norman Jr. is not Gervonta Davis. Those same implications you won't be able to do against Norman. That's just the truth. Like, we can't deny that at all. That's just the truth of the matter. You can't do that, most likely against Norman, and have success. You can trade, absolutely. My apologies. Now, in terms of, and I'll go back, and again, we're talking through it. I want to hear your thoughts on this as well. But in terms of where's that? Somebody said it above here. Somebody said it above here. That was a really good point. Dang it, where's it at? Come on now. The fake topic, celebrity, toes out, talk counting, her pitbull. J Riggs, yeah, J Riggs brought it up. I bet either Norman or I bet Roach either beats Norman, if not at least close fight compared to Haney. This is tough. This is really tough for me. Because beyond just the physical demanding nature of the fight, him being in a situation where Norman is going to have to fight against another buddy who's going to want to walk you down, and him having that much of a power advantage against it. And Lamont Roach is going to be the smaller man in that fight. He's not going to be able to fight like the big man. He won't. And I don't see Norman being able to stand up to what, or I don't see Roach at 147 standing up to what Norman brings to the table physically. And if he does keep with the same game plan that he tried against Tank, it's going to be a competitive affair from the standpoint of action. Absolutely. In terms of back and forth, punch for punch, I can see that. But I don't see it being a close fight. I don't see that being a close fight. Lamont versus Haney. Again, if Lamont is able to, again, because he's not slow as dirt, track down and corner the likes of Haney, that could turn into a real competitive affair. That can. But that's because Lamont Roach's style can counteract, hypothetically, in theory, if he does it right, can give Haney something to worry about, hypothetically. But Lamont Roach's style against Norman is tailor-made for Norman to go and clean house with, at least in my eyes. But again, I want to hear from you all to see what you have to say. I got Norman, but Haney does have more experience and fought more champions. But can Haney avoid Bryan's 1, 2, 3, 4 and hard 3, 4? More than that, but can Haney with the Norman fight? Again, we're talking about Lamont Roach versus both of them. Not necessarily Haney versus Norman. We can talk about that. But right now the discussion is Lamont versus Haney. In parallel to Lamont versus Norman, what would be a closer, more competitive affair? And I'm thinking that, dang, unless I'm just not taking something into account, I'm thinking that Haney would be a closer affair than Norman. Because Lamont is going to get knocked out by Norman. The way I'm looking at this fight, Lamont's getting knocked out by Norman. He's getting knocked out by Norman. He is. I'm telling you he is. With Tank, if you can stand up to him and win in the pocket, you got a shot at beating him. That's not going to work against Norman, though. Because Norman's better in the pocket than Roach, in my estimation. And from long range, he's going to be able to be more destructive and also has the reaction time to counter Lamont's counter. And got the reach also over Lamont as well. I don't know. But again, that's a whole nother conversation. But that's what we're talking about in the realm of Haney versus Norman. Excuse me. Haney versus Lamont in contrast to Norman versus Lamont. But that's why we have these talks. But Norman versus Haney, we can talk about it as well on the show also, because Haney, yeah, I'm scared for Haney. In that fight with Welch, or in that fight with Norman, in that fight with Norman versus Haney, that is happening later on this year. I am scared for Haney because I think Norman's going to destroy it. I mean, that's another conversation. Listen, but you see Haney standing up, to Norman's power. Lamont got a strong chin. He does. Oh, in reference, I think you're talking about in reference to this comment, or maybe not. But Haney standing up to Norman's power, no. Where's my thing? Good gosh, no. That absolutely not. I'm telling you, it's going to get Haney versus Norman's power. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If Haney, again, if and when, because it's going to be a win. When Haney gets caught, he's going to be in trouble. It's going to hurt. Haney's heart is the biggest thing about him. His heart and his head, because his head is literally huge. But in contrast to him having a big head, he doesn't have a great chin going up against actual powerful punchers. That's the truth of the matter. Even people with good power, even people with good power have rocked or wobbled Haney. I'm so serious. Linares had good to great power. Rocked them Haney. Lamont Roach has some good power. Or not Lamont. Lomachenko had some good power. Again, I'm not saying it was world ending, but it had some good power, and it had and with the flurries added onto it, was rocking Haney on the inside, giving Haney some stuff for, that's hurting Haney. Haney's starting to get in trouble. When Ryan Garcia landed on Haney, you saw what happened. Again, even with PEDs aside, he still was getting rocked. Haney was completely avoidant of not even wanting to taste the power of what Jose Ramirez was trying to bring to the table. That wasn't just because of the style, though again, the stylistic nature was indeed a factor of it, because Bill Haney made the game plan for Devin Haney to use. Absolutely. It was part of the game plan. Don't get touched at all. But even still, he was scared to get touched in the first place, because he was so adamant, and I don't want to get rocked. There is some validity in Haney having a great heart, but having a weak chin. He's got a strong heart, but a weak chin. And that big head is a big target. Absolutely. All of those things are valid. And so Haney getting caught by Norman, brother, Haney's going down. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you. Haney's going down if he gets caught by Norman. I promise you. Or at least he's getting rocked. He's getting hurt, and hurt bad. Because Haney does not have a great chin. Glass may be too big. Because again, it ain't everybody that's rocking Haney. Prograis couldn't do nothing with Haney. Understand it. And Prograis was seen as a powerful puncher at 140 when he first went up there. But still, when it comes to elite power punches, Haney is more than susceptible. He's vulnerable. And again, even with PEDs in his system, in terms of Ryan Garcia and the power that he showed on display, couple that with having the best left hook in boxing right now, Also, Tay, what's good with you? How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks so much for tuning into the show. So glad that you're here. Welcome aboard to the Watch Report. Again, this whole show is a championship rounds show where you all dictate the pace of this whole show with your questions, your comments, your debates on anything in and outside of the boxing world. You all drive the conversation, no question. Right now, we're talking about Haney versus Norman. That became a topic, and Haney being able to take the power of Norman. And what we're saying is that Haney against Norman, if he gets caught, it's going to be bad because Norman has more power than even a PED driven Ryan Garcia. He does. He absolutely does. Ryan Garcia is faster, got a better left hook, no question, better hand speed all around. But if Haney's chin was that vulnerable against Ryan Garcia when he got touched, even through his guard, Brian Norman Jr. is an atomic bomb in all facets of power compared to Ryan Garcia. He is. He absolutely is. That's not me trying to be favoritism. That's real. That's the real. And he brings every single physical advantage that Ryan Garcia has. From size to power. Maybe not speed, but still. Good enough speed to be able to keep up with you. Length to reach you. Power to put you down. And enough boxing IQ to keep you where he wants you to be. And enough innate strength to push you off of him if you try to fight on or try to clinch up to stop me from coming in on the inside with my power and aggression. And I am long enough and fast enough to counter you and to set up a trap for you. Or trade with you if you try to throw with me. He's got everything to beat Devin Haney. Just like with Ryan Garcia. But he's one, he's clean. And two, he's a better boxer. And three, he's got most, if not more, of the physical capabilities. Or at least on par with the same physical capabilities of Ryan Garcia. But with the league's better mental acuity to the game. And it's dedicated. Oh, no. No. It's Norman is going to, well, Norman would do away with him. Now, Lamont, having a strong chin is better than Ryan Garcia, than Devin Haney. Absolutely. Again, taking the power of Tank and not going down speaks volumes. No question. Tank is one of the best pound for pound punchers in all of boxing. That's not a debate. But what is a debate is even though at 135, Tank's power is all world, at 147, it is still a different vein. It's still a different vein. It's still a different dichotomy. It's still, there is an elevation, especially when you're going up against, at this point in time, the best puncher at that division. Who, again, knocking out people like Jin Sasaki, who is notoriously known for being reckless because he can eat whatever shot you give to him. And putting him, not just knocking him down twice, but putting him out with 6 weeks of memory erased from his mind as a result of that punch. Tank ain't doing that. Tank made Hector Garcia lose eyesight where he said he couldn't see. Incredible. Dangerous, but incredible. But Brother Tank ain't never wiped somebody's hard drive. Tank has not erased existence from somebody before. In terms of they can't remember a time in which they lived it. They can't remember an aspect of their own life. Tank ain't done that. That's different. That's dangerous. That's scary. And that's something that, with all respect to Lamont Roach, I don't think he can take. I don't think he can handle. But let me see. Let me see. Let me see. That's a hard one. I'd say Roach would KO Haney. The Roach Norman would be more explosive and would be a bloody fight. It would be. Now, I'll say this. well, let me read this last thing. Yeah, Norman is gifted power in both left and right, and very consistent with that left and right. With left to right. Yeah, no, he is absolutely he is. But you know what? The more I'm thinking about it, J Mix, I may see what you're saying with not just with the chin, but with the comment of Votes would have a close fight or potentially would beat Norman more than beating Haney. Because are you thinking in the mindset that Haney and his feet are too good for Norman to be able to catch? Because if that's where you're thinking, I can understand that. Where Devin Haney, if he wants to just not get hit and score and do the same thing that he did against Jose Ramirez, though it would be incredibly harder because Lamont is not Jose Ramirez and is not slow. He would be able to do it. Because if that's the frame of thinking of Haney not wanting to engage, then yes, I can see why you would say that you would bet that Haney would have a close, or that Norman would have a close fight with Roach, or even Roach would be better at beating Norman than beating Haney, because Haney just won't give you a chance to hit him because he will be using the ropes for the entirety of the time. Hypothetically, if that's where you're going, I can see that. I can see that frame of thinking. But also on the flip side, we also have to take into account, is boxing going to let that happen anymore? Will boxing allow for that type of style to be apparent? And I'm not talking about slick and being defensive. I'm not talking about the old Devin Haney style that was, again, scoring and landing and still being, using his jab and all that stuff. The Kambosos or the Devin Haney's and all that, or excuse me, the Kambosos fight with Haney, or the what you call it? Lomachenko fight. That's what I was thinking of. But I'm talking about the fight with Ramirez, or the fight with Jose Ramirez. Will boxing let Haney fight like Jose Ramirez? If in fact we got a fight with Lamont Roach versus Devin Haney. Now again, for people just tuning in, because again I see people like Donnie Brosco, what's good with you, brother? How you doing? Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad that you're here. Keep up the good work. Hey, man, we trying to do our best we can. I'm so happy that you're enjoying the show. Thanks for tuning in. If it's your first time, hey, please leave a like on the stream. Go ahead and do it. And subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We got a great community, a great empire that we would love for you to join. No question about it. But right now, we're talking about Lamont versus Haney. Because, and I'll play the clip one more time. We're not trying to be concussive with it, but I'll play it one more time for people that may not know or just knew coming into this channel. When Lamont Roach on June 29th, around the time when the clip was posted, had a clip of what would be his next step after Tank Davis. And with Tank and Lamont seemingly being off completely now. With, again, the whole drama with domestic violence, coupled with Tank going to jail but making bail, but still hasn't been training for months. And all this debacle with the silence on Tank's end, and Tank has not been training for months. Now that we know, at least per the ESPN article that came out about the whole arrest with Tank. This could be Tank's next plan of fighting against Devin Haney or Lamont Roach.
All right, W's in the chat. W's in the chat.
Hold on, wait a minute. There we go. Okay.
But y'all can hear me. After I beat Tank, I'm fighting the winner of Devin Haney and Brian Norman. There you go. I'm not gonna say it again. Y'all can clip it. Y'all can do whatever. That's what I'm doing.
All right. So again, from the horse's mouth himself, this is the thing. So again, I only play it one more time for people that may be just coming in to the show. I don't want to be the guy that's playing stuff over and over. But so you can see, that's why we're having this conversation. That's why we're having this discussion. Though it may seem outlandish, the different weight classes. Hey, Lamont's saying he's going to fight at 147 against the winner of Haney and Norman next. And now that fight, if that keeps consistent, would be the most relevant fight to talk about. Because that's what he's looking to do. And so we are all saying it's going to be interesting to see what exactly takes place. But because of that, Lamont going up against Norman would be more closely competitive if we see in contrast to Haney. Because Haney, will he throw? Will he do what he did against Jose Ramirez? And will boxing let him do that anymore, though? Because of the fact of how the tide has shifted in turn with that style or that type of running mentality. Now, we're not saying that he runs like that all the time. We've covered the difference between running and boxing before multiple times on this show. We have. What David Haney did against Jose Ramirez was running. But that's not what he has been doing for the majority of his career. But if he fights like that, he could be penalized for it. So he's going to have to force to engage with Lamont Roach. And that could turn this into a very dangerous period. But let me see. Jay Riggs, even if Haney tries to throw down, he can't handle the power that Roach can. You're most likely not. Now, I'll say that the speed of Haney, definitely can give something for Lamont Roach to have to worry about. Speed and length. Because those are some of Haney's best attributes. That ability to be and get punches off so quickly. That is impressive. We can't deny that. But if it gets to a point where he has to dig deep, that's going to be trouble. That's going to be major trouble. Now, at this point, man, if Haney fought, that would actually be a really good fight. That's a good question. Norman would beat Haney. Or Norman would beat, I got Norman beating Haney. And I got Norman beating Roach. I carefully have Norman or have Haney. I can't even say I can't even say I got Norman. I can't even say I got Haney. Do I have Haney beating Roach? Do I have Haney beating Roach? Shoot. Hold on. I don't know. I don't know. Dang, I really am thinking. Do I got Haney beating Lamont Roach? In light of what we saw the last time out, do I got Haney? If Haney fights like he did against Jose Ramirez, I got Haney losing to Lamont Roach. If he fights like that. If he fought like that. Let me see. I'm giving cat reflex still can't beat a dog. But can't it can't outrun it. Yeah, no. See, cat like reflexes. It's a great thing, but you also got to bite back in some situations when somebody can keep up with you or really push some cat like reflexes. That would be interesting. And if Haney only relies on those cat like reflexes without biting back, then yeah. I got Lamont winning. Especially with the landscape of boxing changing and potentially the eyes of what is now condoned by judges as great work. It's changing as well. In light of this whole running and boxing situation in there, with what people saw with Shakur boxing in its most raw form, in the pocket and all, they could discredit what Haney does. Because, you're not actually engaging in a manner that shows your skill set in the best way. Again, off the back of that whole debate and saga. So, that's interesting. That's very, if Haney fights like he did against Jose Ramirez, he's losing. I think he's losing. But if he fought like he did against Lomachenko, he's winning. That's what I can say. If he fights like he did against Lomachenko, Haney wins. But if he doesn't, he loses that fight. You have to dig deep in some way. Let me see. Distinguished black gentlemen, what's going on? How you doing? Let me see. Usyk, KKK. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Usyk, Usyk. Wait, hold. Going to sleep. I don't know about that now. I think I ain't never had a problem with Usyk. I don't think he's of that set. I think again he deserves the moniker and all the praise. I don't think he's a great white hope. The brother is just hope for his people. And it has been a beacon of legitimate standard that many boxers and beyond, both in life and in boxing, should take credit, should take away from. To be like, hey, but I want to be like you, both in the ring and outside, regardless of race. And so I can't vibe with that. He's the truth. I don't think he's going, now he can't get knocked out. I don't think he's going to get knocked out by Dubois. And I think it's going to be Usyk by unanimous decision. But it's just, I ain't rocking with that. Again, with all due, I'm glad that you're here. But I ain't rocking with that. I don't think that's the right sentiment to have for this fight. But let me see. In Loma fight, Haney was almost 30 pounds heavier, but won't be bigger guy against Roach. Huh? Yeah? 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 That's that ain't a bad way to look at it. Especially now at 147, when people can really get comfortable up in weight. Now again, when it's Lamont Welch and his body able to be at that higher 147 weight class and it be comfortable or be better off. Because again, Haney at 147, even at like 143, going up against Ryan Garcia. When Ryan Garcia was more comfortable. Different fighting type. Again, though PEDs and all this, understand. Loma was naturally 135. Natural 135. Going up against Haney, who was able to consistently balloon up to that big of a weight. But now at 147, with Lamont, he can also get up more easily and more comfortably and quicker to that. Maybe 150 on fight night, 155, hypothetically, depending on rehydration, and get close to that same standpoint of weight physicality as what we normally see with Devin Haney. And so because of that, that's going to be interesting. That's going to be really interesting. That's going to make for a fight that Roach might be able to show Haney, hey, brother, you really ain't the big dog in this fight. Though I'm coming up to your weight class. Just like with Tank. You ain't the big dog in this fight. Though I'm coming up to Tank's weight class. That can be real. That can be a real thing. I can't lie. I cannot lie. That can be a real thing. That can be a real issue. That can be a real potential issue. But see, I keep going back and forth because the speed of Haney. The speed of Haney. Hand speed wise, that is still something, that jab of Haney's, that's still something serious. In terms of how quick he can get it out and get it and pull it back now. Though that could be skewed because of the difference in speed as a whole when compared to Jose Ramirez. Hypothetically, that could be skewed from a point because it wasn't, the discrepancy was so big that it made him look like lightning. So I may be overselling the speed of Devin Haney, but if it in fact is indeed that fast on a consistent basis, Lamont may have some trouble with it. Might have some trouble with it. But still, if Lamont can do this to Tank, hopefully I'm not contradicting myself. Hopefully, if I am, call me out on it. But I'll say this as the final thing with this fight. If Lamont can do what he did to Tank, Lamont can beat Devin Haney. Because if you can give Tank that type of work and that type of war in the heat of fire, with those punches coming at you left, right, and center, you're able to still offensively not just hold your own, but be at that level. He can, shoot. All you got to do is make it so that Haney has to face your offense. All you have to do is worry about cutting off the ring. And now it's going to be more easy because boxing may not let Haney be able to have the luxury to fight like it did against Jose Ramirez anymore. As a sport, that can force that butt into having to actually have to face his power. actually have to engage more than he wants to. And then, now that's a big ticket. That's a big ticket to potential destruction. Let me see. Haney's hand speed that drops. Haney's hand speed that drops is faster than bringing it home. I agree. That speed, his bow and arrow effect gets him dropped. No, it does. It does. Now again, it seems like he fixed it in that Ramirez fight. It seemed like he got rid of that. He's keeping he's keeping the phone to his ear. He's constantly got that thing touching his face now, ready to bring back and guard up. So he is, when he goes like this, now it's back. It's back now. When he turns it over and pulls it back, it's there. It is there. Like it is back here. Thankfully, it used to be that it was back here. And boom, it used to be boom, like that, and then I'm getting caught, or rather, I'm getting caught right here, getting caught like that. But now, when he goes and he jabs and he throws that thing, it's keeping right here. It's keeping consistent. When his hand goes out, this doesn't flail back. This doesn't flail back anymore. It don't depart. He'll go through. He'll kill. Either in a high guard or in that sniper S type stance. When he got his hands out, and then boom, he'll jab. But this hand will stay right here. So he has fixed. We can't deny that he has fixed. But also, at that same breath, the way that he fought allowed it so that, okay, yeah, I don't got to worry about that consistently because I can just run. When he has to run and is taking damage when he can't run and has to take damage or has to evade stuff right here. Though he can get away, though he's got the defensive acuity, old habits can come back, and all of a sudden when he throws that jab, it can start flailing back. The next thing you know, all of a sudden Lamar Moshe has an opening. If he's able to make that pressure become apparent. Fixed it by running was not to anything. Hey, I get it. I do get, like I said, it was the worst performance of Devin Haney's career. It was. But like in the few instances that Jose Ramirez was close to landing a left hook of his own, I saw Haney bring it back. But still, it wasn't a show of whether or not he had actually been, it wasn't the best showing of if you are indeed at a point where you fix that hole yet. Because like you said, most of the time he didn't run. Most of the time he was away, so far away that Ramirez didn't even have the chance to throw because he was always completely out of range. Because Haney was just completely trying to fought scared. He fought scared. And you can't bring that up you can't bring that fight to judge now. I mean, like, you gotta understand, that's the only fight that we've got. Like, I'm not trying to just pick it. I'm not trying just to pick and choose. You can't say he fixed it by giving 30 punches. Again, I'm not trying to pick and choose or cherry pick situations. That is literally the only fight that we have to go off of, to look at whether or not Devin Haney has fixed a level of his holes in his game, or has fixed that problematic situation of having a hole in his game, of letting that right hand go when he would throw that jab. It's all that we got. Now, when I was watching that fight, because again, it's all we have at the moment, he was doing a better job. But again, it was overshadowed, rightfully so, by his legitimately scared nature of not trying to engage at all with Ramirez. So yes, I did see him have a better discipline in holding his hand to his head and not letting it go when he threw that jab. But at the same vein, it is still, I need to see more. You're right. Because it was in a situation where you were still not in the midst of a consistent plethora of situations where you got to keep your composure and keep that same thing while being active and fighting like you. Because you weren't fighting like you. Because you were more conservative than you ever been at before. You fought like Paul Butler against Inoue with a little more punching. But it wasn't nearly anything to showcase, hey, yeah, you've got this figured out. We see potentially, hey, you took advice. You did. But you compromised it by going and fighting completely against what you normally fight like as a boxer. Like we routinely said, this was the only instance that we've seen Devin Haney fight in this way. We saw him hug Kambosos. We've seen him fight on the outside, yes. But to this extreme of a degree, haven't seen that before. We have. So yes, the next fight we see him in is going to be a better implication of whether or not that truly is fixed or not. I completely agree with it. But I can only go off of what we got so far and pick points of emphasis that show up and, okay, hey, there is something there. There's something I can latch onto as a means of that is quality to some degree. It doesn't mean it's still the end-all be-all solving. Because it can still be. It never truly got fixed. Because when the heat got turned up on a fight, that was actually, you are in it. You're actually fighting. You're actually boxing, not running. Now, maybe that phone isn't as close to the ears we may have thought. Maybe there's going to be some disconnection that comes back. Because old habits die hard, like we continue to say. That's the reason I'm saying you can't say it's fixed or not. Is what I mean. Okay. So we're relatively on the same place. That's like saying that Wilder has worked on good stamina if he only had first round knockouts and wasn't tested. Okay. All right. Okay. I can respect that. I can respect that. I can respect that. That's like saying that he has, that's like saying that Wilder he's back to elite title contention when you saw him knock out Hearn Dawn in the last fight. And it's not like that's not a great showing of what you actually are. So okay, we're on the same. Well, it took me a while to say it. My bad. Took me a long way to get there. We're both saying the same thing. So I get where you're coming from there. I understand what you're saying. I do get it. I do get it. I was just trying to be an optimist and show some stuff as to what I thought Haney did show in some good light. But you are right. It's not the best. It's not the quintessential best avenue of an example of what's going to happen. And so we need to see more. We do need to see more. We're going to see it against Brian Norman. Like we've been saying, hey, brother, we're going to see it against Brian Norman. We're going to see it against Norman. We're going to see it against Norman. Whether or not you really have fixed that or whether you ain't. We're going to see it against Norman. Whether or not that really is a point of emphasis that's stuck or whether you still ain't gotten that habit yet. We're going to really see if you are a boxer like we say you are, or if because of that fight with Ryan Garcia, you're forever changed. Going up against a real competitor. We're going to see. We're going to find out, no question. It's going to be a test. It's going to be a huge test. It's going to be a monumental test. That's going to shake up Haney. Literally and figuratively. It's going to shake that brother up. He can talk a big game. He can talk as much as he wants. Don't matter. Because once you get to fight night, brother, we're going to see how big your eyes get. We're going to see how much how much you are confident in your ability to just to be what you think you are. Because right now, buddy, you ain't fighting like your father or like yourself says that you can fight like. You ain't living up to the standard of what we think the Devin Haney name is supposed to represent. You ain't living up to the moniker of one of the best technical boxers in all of the sport. Because you ain't boxing right now. Or at least in that last fight, you weren't boxing. We got to see more. Because if not, it's going to be a problematic issue. Problematic situation. Incredibly bad. So bad. So bad. Yes, indeed. And so duck above water, underwater legs move. Yeah. Hey, look, I hope not. If you know what? Based off the backs of what we saw Shakur do against Williams and Pater, I'm not saying that Devin Haney needs to fight like that. But I am saying it's going to be a very much heightened expectation for the world looking at Devin Haney and saying, hey, brother, Shakur Stevenson showed us what he really is about. And showed us everything from a defensive and offensive standpoint that, hey, he's really like that. Against in the rankings, a great contender at lightweight. Now it's your turn. Because now you are one of the two faces that have been about this whole boxing versus running situation. Show us what it means to really box. Show us. This is going to be the fight. Show us what it means to really box. Show us what it means to put up or shut up. Because now we have a brand new reminder of what it actually means to be a boxer in this sport. What we have all been saying on this channel and others about boxing, real boxing. That was a perfect example of it. Now it's your turn to show us, okay, if you are really a boxer, give us an example that helps us validate, yeah, we were wrong. You shouldn't have been a poster child for the problem. Because you ain't part of the problem. You ain't. If you're going to be about it, show us. Because if not, it's going to be bad. Shakur did set the bar and blueprint for how to use the ring and win. He did. Boxing ain't just got to be about you jabbing and moving. It also can be you countering while in the pocket, slipping and ducking and catching while still being directly in front of him. Always in the threat of danger and always engaging without you being scared and utilizing and showing, hey, I'm better than you because right where you want to be or in this range where we're both trying to do something to each other, I am getting the better of you and I'm outthinking you and trapping you and reading you. He did it with his legs. He did it standing still. He did it on the ropes. And he did it in the corner. Shakur. And did it flawlessly. That's what we want to see Devin Haney do. To show us that, yeah, he really is the boxer that we say, or that he says that he is. That we used to say was one of the pound-for-pound best in the world. The boxer that went to war with Lomachenko. We want to see that. The boxer that fought Prograis and put him down while fighting Sublime. We want to see that. But if you're fighting like this and saying that this is what it means to box, like you did against Jose Ramirez, well, that's a complete problem. That's a complete problem. Absolutely. Now that Shakur did it, might make Haney nervous and look worse. Prime example, Kurokoi got a great superstar singer. Then they call him up and I can't sing for nothing. Oh yeah, people would walk out the bar. Karaoke got a great superstar singer and they call me up and I can't sing. And I can't sing for nothing. And they walk out the bar, hey man. All of a sudden it's, hey, look, it's not my fault. Y'all put me up against this guy. Of course I'm not going to look like that. And so, now, again, you probably have a great voice. But still. See, even with singing, everybody has their own breath or style of singing. Sure. You heard someone go after hard to go after someone great. Yeah, no, I get it. I feel you. But like even You know what? Don't feel bad. Everybody's talent ain't in the same vein. I understand. You have a plethora of other skills, and most likely you can sing, even if it's not up to that level. Understandable. Absolutely. And you can you have your own unique sound. That is most likely a beautiful thing. Now I could be completely wrong, and maybe you can't sing. I'm just trying to be as positive as possible. With again only viewing you through a screen. So who knows? Who knows? I could be completely wrong, and maybe you break glass not because of the high notes, but because you're screeching to the high heavens. Who knows what the case may be? But still, it's a unique sound, regardless of which. Oh Lord, and so oh boy, I thought about saying the more you drink, the better I sound. So drink. Say, hey, look, get some stuff in your system, and I promise you, I sound like Barry White and Whitney Houston combined. I guarantee it. If you just listen to me straight, and see, I'm an experience. You gotta go through and get yourself warmed up before you can really see how good I really am. That's funny. That's hilarious. Let me see. What's your thoughts on Brian Norman having 2 weeks? Having 2 weeks for the drug. Now that's interesting, actually. That's new. Wait a minute. Hold on. Time out now. That's news to me. So, Brian Norman is asking, is that real? Hold on. Time out. Did I miss that? Did I miss that? Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait 1 second. Let me see. Is this a real thing? No longer use. Let's see.
Did you just hear what I was?
All right. Let's look at the clip. Let's look at the clip. We got what's this? Again, I'm finding this out now. Wait a minute. Hold on. This news release an hour ago. Boxing Voice.
Say 4 months or whatever. We got 4 months of testing. Yes. I know, but I'm telling you, the opportunity is not going to be there for you, King. You can take advantage of it right now. Yeah, no, I don't give a fuck. How do you listen? If you want to do it, okay. Well, listen, go on vacation. I just got wait. I just had a fight in Japan. I got tested out there. Okay, well, we ain't heard nothing about that. Listen, hey, King, listen. Come back because everything is clean on this side. It's been 4 weeks since that fight. 4 weeks. What can I take now that's going to affect November? Hey, B, I'm not interested no more then. If you don't want to listen, if you're not interested right now, let me know when you get back from vacation, King. Did you just hear what I said? I'm gonna say 4 months or whatever.
All right. So apparently, Bill Haney's trying to get drug testing right now, going through for Brian Norman Jr. And if they don't do it, they're not interested in the fight. Now, with that being said, though, the fight is 4 months out. Now, again, full disclaimer, I don't know how or when normally fights and drug testing come about. So because of that, there's more people that got more information on that. So is it that Norman? In fact, well, actually, before I play that clip, is it that Norman is trying to? Is it that Norman just wants the standard time limit for drug testing to go through, and Bill Haney is trying to push the drug testing up even further than what the average time for when drug testing takes place is? Or is this a situation where Norman is against drug testing up to a certain point that would, or is against drug testing now, though it would be under the normal circumstances, and this is the normal time limit? And Norman saying, hold up a second. So I'm a little bit confused, but let me see. Let me see. Bill Haney said otherwise the fight is off. He said Brian Norman has 2 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Dang. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. Who's accusing you? So, it seems like Haney has a problem Again, let's try to paint the picture. What we know, Haney has a problem with the drug testing, with the Brian Norman Jr. fight. As right now the fights go, Haney is trying to get Norman to take drug testing now and start drug testing now under VADA in the build up to the fight. Norman is saying he just got off a drug test roughly a month ago in Japan. Why would I need to start another drug testing regimen now? And we're 4 months away from the fight. So again, it sounds like Haney is accusing Norman of trying to hide something by not taking a median drug test right here, right now. Though Norman says that he's clean and he just got out of drug testing less than a month ago, or roughly a month ago, with Japan. So I'm a little bit confused. Let me see. I did tell you the other day that, like Tank finding a way out of Roach fight, that Haney's trying to find a way out next. Hey, again, I'm not trying to accuse, but this is a little bit problematic. This is a little bit out of left field, though. One, Haney or Norman, from my understanding, has never been dirty. From my understanding, has never been dirty. Has been clean the entirety of the time. This seems like a inexplicable, based on track record, inexplicable circumstance of trying to force somebody to capitulate to something that wasn't, one, in the initial agreed upon things, and two, is an unnecessary event or unnecessary circumstance right now. And so I'm trying to be cordial. I'm not trying to go through and be all out there. But at the same time, this something seems a little bit something smells a little bit. And again, this is Bill Haney. 8 hours ago, we offered to start VADA testing today and even pay for it. Brian Norman Jr. wants to wait until August 1st. If you got nothing to hide, you got nothing to delay, let's start now. And what? Why? Why? The only reason, see, here's the thing, the only reason you would want to start drug testing now would be because you think that he was already taking something. But there's nothing that's been in any situation where Haney or where both Haney or Norman have been taking stuff in their leisure or have been dirty amongst the time away from the ring. And there's no track record to say, hey, we need to start testing. This ain't Big Baby Miller. No. This ain't Jaime Munguia of recent. This is Brian Norman, who's been on the up and up for his entire career this far. So this seems awry. Why are you sending a test on? Why are you trying to send a test on vacation? And again, I'll play this other clip of, again, on the Boxing Voice, Bill Haney talking to, I guess, their panel, going up further in details about the VADA thing. And again, and as you can see right here, Brian Norman Jr. won't start testing until August 1st, which seems to be that's the already assigned date. August 1st. It's going down, training or testing start for Norman. And it's July right now. And so you trying to push it up. For what? I don't understand. For what?
We have 4 months to prepare for the fight. During our preparation, right, we need to be signed up in VADA.
My son's gonna be signed up. He said he'll be ready August 1st, like he told you.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that's not we're not
Then,
doing that.
you go
Okay,
tell church. So
listen,
go
so you would
tell.
know.
So
So you
go
would
tell the
know.
uppers.
Okay, so you giving me the answer that you guys aren't signing up now.
Go tell Turkey that since Brian Norman won't sign up on July I don't even know what the day is. Since Brian Norman won't sign up on whatever the day is, I want you to go ahead and tell Turkey. Say, listen, they want to start August the 1st, even though y'all paying for 8 weeks. We want them to do extra testing. They refusing to go by out what we say. Go tell Turkey that you pulling out the fight. Just
Listen,
go tell them.
listen. Hey, Listen, it's no problem. I have no problem
All right.
articulating. I heard what you said, and then we just go from there.
All right. You're afraid. I mean, everybody said you was gonna find a reason to pull out the fight.
You know what? Hey, that's yeah, Bill, you acting like a bum. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Bill. You acting like a bum. 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 There's no question. No question. You acting like a bum. You acting like a bum. Yeah, like I said, I was trying to figure stuff out. That's why I was hesitant. That's why I ain't say nothing. I was trying to be sure I had everything on the up and up. So just to be clear, August 1st was the agreed upon time with their negotiations of when to start testing and to when real big preparations for the fight come about. That August 1st, that's what's agreed. That was set in stone. Now it's being confirmed. Bill Haney was trying to get Norman to go start extra testing in 2 weeks. Dare I say today, in lieu of that fight. For no reason at all. With no other instance except for we're in it now, we want you in it. Which is no problem. But we told you and we told Turkey we're going into the pool August 1st. They know exactly when we're supposed to go, what's supposed to go down. And so if that's the case, now that we know that's the case, and you bringing this up and you're going to pull out, yeah, no, you'll bump. You'll bump. You'll bump. You'll bump. That's not David Haney. I'm not blaming David Haney. I'm not blaming David Haney. I'm not blaming the likes of the fighter. This is the promoter. Bill Haney is moving like a bump. He absolutely is. He's moving like a bump. Bill Haney is moving like a bump. He is trying to force his own agenda for no good reason at all. It's ridiculous. He's trying to start drug testing for Brian Norman earlier than what's already been agreed upon in the contract and trying to make it an excuse for why he can pull out of the fight and say, nah, they didn't do what we wanted. They're trying to hide something. We're gone. I'm with Norman Sr. Hey, brother, go tell Turkey that you pulled out the fight and tell him why. Because we said we're starting what we agreed upon when we started. That Turkey knows about it as well. Turkey knows exactly when the testing pool starts, and we're in it then. You trying to start us before, and you're saying you're pulling out because they're not going to do what you want them to do, though in what seems to be in the contract, that's what's already agreed to for August 1st is testing? Yeah, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. See what happens. Go on and see what happens, Bill. I'm up for that. Because you're moving like a bump. That's a duck move. That's a duck move trying to control something that you ain't got no business being in control with. And so it makes no sense. So Norman Jr. got some, he got some, that buddy got some power. That buddy got some superpower. And if this is what Bill, not Devin, not blaming Devin, but this is what Bill Haney's trying to do, problematic. Absolutely problematic. Let me see. Jay Clear, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad you're here. And again, we're getting ready to wrap it up. We're getting to the tail end of the championship rounds. The whole show has been dedicated to nothing but championship rounds where you all drive the conversation. You all ask your questions, comments, concerns, and debates about whatever goes on in the sports world, boxing and beyond. And we can discuss it right here. But let me see what you got to say, Jay Clear. Usyk, Alexander Usyk versus Dubois is happening tomorrow. It's going to be a monumental fight that's going to probably either shift or change the landscape, win, lose, or draw of what this heavyweight division is going to look like for either Usyk or Dubois. And I have Usyk winning by unanimous decision. Full disclosure. As we're going, if you want to do, we can do a quick breakdown of the fight. We broke it down also yesterday on a previous episode. Yesterday, if you want to go check it out. But to give a quick summary, Usyk is a dangerous opponent for Dubois, because he already knocked him out, already put him to sleep. Usyk already stopped Dubois, and one outside of the body shot that was called a low blow that is still confrontational to this day, that is still controversial to this day. Usyk is a better fighter than Dubois in every aspect, but Dubois is a different fighter now than he ever was since that loss to Usyk. He is more destructive. He is more driven. He is more confident. He has the hunger, and he has the IQ can't believe you dare to challenge me type of mentality with him. It's like, what's it called? If anybody watches anime, Seven Deadly Sins, great show, though it kind of tailed off a little bit at the end of it, but great show. Escanor, Sin of Pride. But it was like, you thought that punch would land on me. Who decided that? You said that you're stronger than me. Who decided that? You think that you're better than me? Who decided that? Because it sure enough wasn't me. That's what's this whole thing. I'm him because I am him. I can't help that I'm him. I just exist. Hence, I'm him. It's not my fault. It's just literally my nature. That is the type of bravado that we're seeing Daniel Dubois have in his career now, since his loss to Usyk. With him KOing Miller, KOing Hergovich, KOing Joshua, going to war and turning into a different beast, turning into a different tank of a fighter. He is not going to be able to outbox Usyk. Never. He lost the first fight because he was trying to box with Usyk. But if he goes more with the simplistic, destructive standpoint of upstairs, downstairs, attack the body and go through and really rip and forget trying to match Usyk in footwork, you're going to get caught. You're going to get hurt. You're going to get tagged. But it doesn't matter. I'm going to keep moving forward. And I'm going to keep relentlessly attacking Usyk, hitting him anywhere I can, targeting the body more specifically. That rudimentary game plan can potentially work against Usyk. Not saying it will, but it might be the best situation to force the issue, to cause Usyk to have to face the power, whether he wants to or not. Though Usyk is a warrior, though Usyk goes to war, though Usyk is never going to back down from a challenge. If you're that unrelenting for 10 rounds, 12 rounds, something can get through. And for Dubois, he only needs one shot. He only needs one good shot to get a repeat of what almost happened the last time out. He only needs one. But again, Usyk should be able to handle him with a similar level of ease. I don't think he's going to knock him out this time. But I do think he's going to beat him by unanimous decision. But Dubois is a more dangerous competitor than Usyk faced in the past. This is the most dangerous Dubois, the most confident Dubois, the most driven Dubois, the best Dubois that we've ever seen. That's what Usyk's facing. This is a Dubois that knocked out AJ when Usyk couldn't knock him out 2 times, though Usyk beat him. This is a Dubois that put out off on the backs of despair, went and run and climbed his way with each performance being better than the last. Up the ladder back to this situation, we can face off against Dubois, or we can face off against Usyk. And right is wrong. And he's not walking to Usyk like he did last fight. He's not timid like he was in the last fight with Usyk. He's not, I'm not going to say scared, but he's not docile. He's wearing his heart on his sleeve, and he's fighting in that same style as well. Fighting with his heart on his sleeve. It's not reserved. His mentality reflects his fighting style. That's not the case for everybody, but that's the case for Dubois now. And that is a dangerous brother. That's a dangerous brother, I'm telling you. But again, I got Usyk by unanimous decision. But still, Dubois is a dangerous brother. And if let me see, Sam, also, did I say hi? I don't think I said hi. Sam, what's good with them? Hey, how you doing? So glad that you're here on the show. Bill probably doing this because of the Ryan Garcia stuff. I mean, if so, he would have done it to Jose Ramirez. Hold on now. He didn't do this with Jose Ramirez. He didn't. I don't believe, if I remember it correctly, he didn't do this to Jose Ramirez. He didn't do this to Lomachenko. He didn't even do this for Ryan Garcia. Remember that. He didn't even do this before Ryan Garcia. And this was with Ryan Garcia going insane from the standpoint of social media, racist rhetoric, talking about all this cryptic tweets and all this belligerent stuff. Before, in the midst of Ryan Garcia going the way that he was going. Devin Haney did not do this. Devin Haney did not do this at all. This is a man trying to control Brian Norman. And this is a clear indication, if there was any. Not Devin Haney, Bill Haney, trying to pull out of a fight or trying to have a way to have a fight not happen because he doesn't have the control that he wants to have. When in actuality, he is only shooting himself in the foot because Bill Haney trying to cause testing to go further than what was already agreed upon in what seems to be their contract that Turkey Al-Sheikh also already is aware of when testing is supposed to start. That reeks of you trying to find your way and wiggle your way out of a fight that you said that you wanted. That you said, hey, let's make it happen. Let's not forget, it was Bill Haney that came up here and said, hey, buddy, yeah, Devin Haney, he's next. I got the contract right in front of me. Read it off. He on that same show, The Boxing Works. And again, they do great work. Please, shout out to them. Go watch them, absolutely. Because they just had an interview with Turkey Al-Sheikh. They got interviews with a plethora of the biggest names in the sport right now. Great show. But he apparently read the contract on video for the public to see. That yes, this fight's happening next. He did. He went on Showbiz the Adults show and podcast talking about this fight. Everything from Bill Haney's own mouth said that this was happening and he wanted it. And all of a sudden now, it's like there's something to be scared of. There's something to be concerned with. There's something to be hesitant with. See, and again, this will be the last thing. We gotta end the show. And again, if you're tuning in, please leave a like on the stream. Go ahead if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel if you love what we're doing. Come join the empire. Absolutely. And share the show with everybody that you can. And if you haven't already and you would like to support the show, Cash App and PayPal. Cash App, PayPal. While we don't have Super Chats yet. Getting close to being there. But while we ain't got it, best means to support the show. Already had Jay Weeks come out and support and give us $10. If you want to try to top him, match him, beat him, whatever the case may be, hey, feel free. Go ahead. Let's start a bidding war. Why don't you? But helps to push the show forward and helps us to, again, pay some bills, keep the lights on, and helps us to invest back into the show so that while we're, again, growing and working, we can make this worth our while. Absolutely. We're community-driven, community-funded. Y'all help make this possible. I can't do this without you. So I appreciate it. But again, even if you don't, just tuning in, we love it. We appreciate it. And we're glad that you're here. No question about it. But with Bill Haney, what was I saying? Bill Haney ducking. It was bum move. You didn't do this with Ryan Garcia. Talking, what was my point? What was my point? Dang it, what was my point? I had a point. I had a good point. Shoot. I had a good point. Doggone it, what was it? Bill Haney moving like this. That's what it was. Bill Haney moving like this makes it look like that Bill Haney is again scared to put his son out there. And just like the game plan that he made with Jose Ramirez, that was horrible. It was a terrible game plan because it didn't do anything to help Devin Haney. It only reinforced the fear that Devin Haney has of being caught with something and getting hurt. He is making his son a worse fighter. It's the truth. This stuff like this, along with the game plan he created to shut haters up and just get away with the win and keep yourself completely safe, he is messing up Devin Haney's career by shaking his confidence, by going about and doing everything to make Devin Haney feel like, ooh, I need to be protected because there's some danger that I can't handle with my own ability as a boxer in and outside of the ring. That's a problem. That is not going to make Devin Haney fight like the Haney that we all knew and know and respect and want to see be great. That doesn't help. It only hurts. Bill Haney even admitted it, that he was hurting his own child and was holding his own son back with that game plan that he made against Jose Ramirez out of just trying to get the win and shutting people up so they couldn't talk anymore. Now they're talking more than ever. And you're going about all this stuff. You try to, again, make a fight not happen. And your son wants to happen. You don't believe in your son, seemingly. It's a bold statement. I don't get into family stuff. But also don't deny what we're witnessing from somebody when they are indeed showing signs that they aren't in favor for believing in what their person can do. And this is a clear-cut sign that he's not trusting his son's ability to be what he can be. And it's going to affect Haney up here. It's going to affect him here. I guarantee you. It's going to affect that butt up here. Let me see. Does Tank take VADA testing? I believe he does. I think routinely, and like there's VADA. I think there's WADA. There's like a couple drug testing commissions that come about that do drug testing. I can't keep up with all of them. Sometimes fights use different commissions. Why? I don't know. But regardless of which, it happens. But I know Tank has used VADA before. Consistently does he use it? I have no clue. I can't tell you. I'm not exactly sure. But I know at least he has used it in the past for his career. I think on multiple occasions before. So it's like it's not an uncommon thing. It's not a shady thing. VADA is seen as the most accredited, the most respective. I think that's the most respective one out of all of them. But regardless of which, it's like I don't think it's not about the drug testing agency that's doing it. It's about Haney trying to make Bill Haney, trying to make Norman go through drug testing before it's scheduled and use it as a reason to pull out the fight. Seemingly, that's what's happening. And it's a terrible thing. Listen, to see how Norman threw Haney's bodyguard down makes Haney want to see? Hey, look, did I not tell you? Did I not tell you that one instance was an indication of what this fight can be with Norman and Haney? And why Haney is not going to want to throw with Norman and he can't clinch Norman? Because with less leverage, Norman, with his hand under the armpit, not behind the shoulder, under the armpit, while being hiked up by a shirt, was still able to push this brother near heads, was able to push the 6'3", 6'4" bodyguard's head into the door almost. If the guards weren't there, he would have kept him down. I mean, it was insane. It was insane. Yes, that was with his t-shirt over his head and he couldn't see. And his hand wasn't even completely locked behind the shoulder to get full leverage with the arms. It was under the armpit. That is but to leverage this big bodyguard down. That had all the leverage against him. That's some strength. That's power. This is something that Haney is going to have to deal with. This is something that Haney is going to have to withstand. This is something that Haney is going to be forced to have to fight out of. Not just fight against, fight out of. Because he can't clinch Haney up, or he can't clinch Norman up. He won't be able to take the power. He won't be able to take the infight. Definitely not. And all the physical drive to be able to push him out or control him, it's not happening. And so now Haney's like, I don't think there's any way that he can win, but still, this is not a good look. But it's ain't a good look at all when it comes to the life, when it comes to the air of confidence that we're witnessing from the likes of Bill Haney. Not even Debbie Haney. Bill Haney. Bill Haney's making his son look like he's scared by doing all this stuff. It's terrible. It's hard. It is. See, and now you read that. See. That's why. This is why I was saying I don't think you understand exactly what Norman's gonna be able to do against Lamont. Because, brother, when we talk about strength, No. Lamar better be prepared if he's going to fight against someone. You're absolutely right. Let's see. What drug test does Brian Norman take? And it's Vada. I think, again, I don't have it in front of me. I don't know for certain. What I understand is that he's been under VADA testing for all of his career. And even if it was a different agency of testing, Norman has been clean by every agency he's been under and has always complied. The only issue is with this situation, Bill Haney is trying to force Brian Norman to essentially start training earlier and have him be tested earlier. One, to get a head up mentally, I guess, in the competition. And two, try to find something. And three, use it as an excuse for if he does not take testing before what is the agreed upon date for testing to start, then it's a reason to say Norman is hiding something. We can't do this. The fight's off. That is the real crux of position of why Haney is doing this. And that's problematic. That's terrible. And like Jay Riggs just said, Norman just had a test and came back clean. I think by VADA a month ago. Because it was a championship fight. And he came back clean. And he's been clean, I believe, every test of his career, regardless of agency. So, again, to be clear, agency does not matter, though some are more reputable than others. Across the board for agencies that Norman has used, he has been clean, without any restrictions, debates, concerns, faulty tests, none of us. And so it's what it is. And so it's like, I don't know why Bill Haney's trying to do this. Because it really makes him look bad. It makes him look bad in this situation. And so let me see. Matt Borgerson, all boxers drug cheats, they just hide it well. And again, I can't speak on that. I can't say for certain. We've had people that, yes, are great at hiding themselves. You've also had people that R&D coming clean. So I can't say for certain. I can only go off of what the tests show. Because like I said, I don't have that inside information. I can't make those assumptions. Again, we thought Munguia was clean up until he wasn't. Canelo, since the Cambuterol situation, has been clean ever since. So I can't. Dre Miller popped 3 times, multiple times. Drug teacher Kingdom Come. Absolute reputation. Usyk been clean his entire career. Anyway, been clean his entire career. Benavidez got caught doing drugs in his system. It wasn't steroids, but it was drugs. And then got clean, like drugs. Like, I don't know, it was cocaine or whatever the case may be, but it was drugs they got there. And then, boom, went clean. And he's been on nothing since because he got himself together. So it's like you can pop for various number of reasons, but you can't have any foreign substances. So what people are taking, I don't know. I can't say. I can only go off of the test. So because of that, like, it is what it is. Okay, so it was cocaine. It was the, it was a little bit of the Elsa magic for anybody that watches this. That's horrible. But yes, but still, I can't say for certain who hides what. I can only go off of what exactly people do and what they go and show. That's it. And we're gonna go off of the test. Because again, I don't know what goes on in and behind the scenes. I don't have that information. And like I've told you all multiple times, what I don't know is what I don't know. That's the best thing I can say. But I think we gotta. Oh, he said he don't like how it smells. He don't do it. What? Well, shoot. Hey, brother. If you're smelling it, something's getting in there. I mean, oh Lord, look, that's a whole nother can of worms. We're gonna leave that alone. We're gonna leave that. We're gonna leave that. We're gonna leave that. Look, hey, look. Someday I want to interview Benavidez. So hey, look. I don't pull punches, but I'm gonna say this for the sake of future reference. We gonna do what we do best, and we gonna move on. Oh Lord! But again, we do have to go. Let me read these last couple chats. Let me read these last couple chats, and then we're gonna get out of here. Sadly, it's 5 o'clock. Like I said, I started late, sadly, because of the fact that I woke up late, tried to get some extra sleep. I ended up sleeping too long, and we're here now. But we're gonna start at the beginning of the end. And so, any last minute questions, go on and put them in the chat, and we can have our discussions, have our conversations, no question. But we're gonna get ready to wrap it up. We got about like 5 minutes. Because we're almost on 4 hours of a show. My gosh. Almost 4 hours of a show. That's insane. But I want to hear from you all before we get out here. Let me see. Sam, is it true Jose Ramirez took VADA testing as required, so Bill didn't have to? I believe. And again, I don't have this information in front of me. I'm only going off of what I can remember. Look this up for yourself. But I believe Jose and Haney both took VADA. Both of them did VADA. And both of them were clean. So it wasn't a situation where one did it so the other one didn't have to. Both fighters have to go through drug testing in every fight. They have to. It is a non-negotiable situation. That's it. You has to have. We've had deaths because of it. Because it didn't happen. And people taking stuff and then they kill somebody in the ring. That ain't right. So so both fighters have to take drug testing. I believe under the same agency. Unless directly said in negotiations, I'm taking it under this and somebody else is taking it under that. Again, from what I understand, I could be wrong. But they both had to take drug testing in most situations, if not all, under the same umbrella. So both under VADA, WADA, or whatever other commission does the drug testing protocol. So Jose had to do it under VADA. Haney also had to do it as well. Moving it up in date or trying to do it sooner than what was agreed upon in the contract, that didn't happen with Ryan Garcia, Lomachenko, with Jorge Linares, with Jose Ramirez. This is the only time I can remember, this is the only instance I can recall him trying to force this type of issue against Brian Norman. And that's problematic. That's the issue that we're having. It's not the drug testing. It's not even the drug testing agency. It's you trying to force somebody to do something beforehand as an excuse to not have a fight. Hypothetically. And that's where the problems lie. That's a no-go. That is a no-no. That's a big red flag. That's a huge red flag. Absolutely. In this whole situation. But again, 5 minutes. Anything else y'all want to say? Any other topics? Excuse me. Let me just undrink. Any other topics? Concern, questions, debates, comments, and conversations? And so I want to hear from you. Let me see. I believe it's because they are very concerned about the reputation. You talk about when you say that, are you talking about they're concerned about Brian Norman's reputation? Or they're concerned about the VADA or VADA's reputation? Or is it they're concerned about they've been duped before and they don't want to be duped again by somebody popping? Oh, wait, hold on, wait, okay, hold on, wait, let me see, hold on, okay, hold on, let me see your other comment. Let me see your other comment, hold on, wait a minute. I'm scrolling, I'm moving up. Previous comment, I'm trying to find it. I'm looking up. I'm looking for it, hold on. Wait a minute. What was that? Oh, shoot, what was that? Good gosh, I'm trying to find it. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. There was a lot of comments was scrolling through. I was trying to find it. Thank you for putting it back up here for me. Here you go. Turkey was very clear that all fighters on the Riyadh season have to have strict drug testing. I agree with it. Absolutely. And so now I'm still a little bit confused though. Are you saying that they are concerned about Turkey's reputation to keeping it strict? Is that what we're saying? Do they not believe that Turkey is going to actually be as strict as he said he's going to be with these drug testing scenarios? Is that what's going on? Or are you saying something different? Again, I'm not trying to overread or fail to read into. I'm trying to understand what. If I'm missing something, please let me know. Because you're right. Turkey has been adamant that there is always going to be strict drug testing across the board when it comes to anybody involved with him in his fights. And so with that being the case, I'm confused. Yeah, the whole Saudi team side wants to make sure they have a good, clean reputation. Okay. Okay. So that tracks. I'm completely fine with it. I want Turkey and any promoter to make sure they're held accountable for being where they need to be. Absolutely. No question about it. I agree with that. But at the same front, there is a concern for me with Bill Haney. Is my camera shaking? Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, no, we good. But there is a concern. Oh gosh, I thought someone was in my. There is a concern with how doing this reflects a level of, at least on Bill Haney's side, of almost. What's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? Dang it! It's on the tip of my tongue. It's when what's the word? There's a word I'm looking for that fits exactly what I'm trying to say. Where it's like you're doing something, but it's not out of really concern of, hey, let's keep everything like it's supposed to be. But it's out of like seedy types of means. Disingenuous. That's what I was thinking of. Yep, that's what it is. It seems like a disingenuous attempt at going through and trying to make sure everything on Turkey's side is going to be on the up and up. It seems disingenuous in terms of how he's going about it. Because one, who he's dealing with on the other side of the table. Two, the track record of Turkey's already done. And three, you already being on a Saudi Arabia undercard. And you did the testing. And from what I remember, everything came back like it was supposed to. And there were no complaints about it. Doing testing under Riyadh season and under the umbrella of Turkey Al-Sheikh. So if you've been through this before and you, by your own volition, because of your lack of noise going into this fight or going into that fight with Ramirez, seemingly everything was on the up and up already. So why is it that all of a sudden everything seems to be, we got to make sure that you in check? Is your reputation really about that reputation? Is it really what it's supposed to be? That's the concern. Or at least that's the seeming created problem. But it doesn't seem like it was a problem before Turkey, with Turkey, and now continuing under Turkey. Yes, I understand that Ryan Garcia has made it so that, yeah, you're more integral with making sure, hey, I don't want my son in danger. Make sure everything's on the up and up. I get that. But then you went through it under the umbrella of the very thing that now you're having concerns with, seemingly. Against a buddy who already has a track record of nothing being wrong. It seems like a disingenuous attempt. Because again, with Jose Ramirez, none of this noise was being done. Unless I'm misremembering. None of this noise with early testing before the agreed upon date. Situations of you having concerns that, hey, brother, if you hiding something, Ramirez is hiding something, if he doesn't want to do testing like we want to do it. That all screams false caring, false integrity, trying to keep the sport clean, quote unquote, more than anything. It seems like a way out, if in fact there is a way that can be made out. Now, I'm not saying that again, I can only talk about what we're witnessing and paint the dots the best we can, or connect the dots the best we can from what we have in store. Absolutely. And yes, something could happen. We get it. No question. But at the same time, it doesn't make any sense as to bring this up now. You could have brought this up earlier. You could have brought this up in negotiations. It is July. What? Wait. Just July 18th. It is July 18th. The fight with let me check the date on the fight with they said it is what, 4 months out. It's 4 months out. The fight's 4 months away. The fight got made, what, a month or two ago. So you could have had this, you could have had all this stuff earlier. If it really was a concern. You could have had all, and mind you, already they were going to walk away from the table again because apparently something in the contract with money wasn't where they liked it. Somebody else had to come in and make it right on the side of Bill Haney. Because all of a sudden it seemed like, this ain't what we agreed to. And now something's off. Okay, I think we covered that on the show too. It's a problem. This is the second time that some innocuous concern has came up in this fight with Devin Haney and Bill Haney that has indiscriminately put this fight in jeopardy when it shouldn't be put in jeopardy at all. It shouldn't be. This is, all signs point to Bill, again, can't put this on Devin Haney. Bill is the man that is stopping all of this momentum, or trying to stop all this momentum for stupid reasons. And it looks like a way out. I can't deny it. Again, from my vantage point, it looks like a way out. So it is concerning. Really is concerning. Hopefully Turkey shuts this down and says, hey, we agreed to it. Hopefully Turkey shuts this down and goes, you know the date. We agreed on the date. We agreed on when testing starts. That's when testing starts. Nothing shady's going on. If you want to pull out of this fight, that's on you. We'll get somebody else with Brian on. And he already dropped Tio. He already dropped Tio and Abdullah Mason off the backs of Abdullah Mason having a phenomenal knockout of Tevin Foreman. He said, no, I ain't dealing with y'all no more. We'll go on with people that actually want to do some stuff. So he ain't got no issue dropping folks. So if you want to push that button, like Drake, you want to push that red button and cause everything to stop, go ahead. Push it and see what happens. See where you are inside the house. And see where you're not. And so no. Excuse me. Not Abdullah. He didn't drop Abdullah. I apologize. Not Mason. Schofield. I do apologize. Turkey dropped Floyd Schofield, and he dropped Teofimo Lopez and said he doesn't want to work with them anymore. because of the fact that with how Schofield went about with the whole situation of when he got sick, he wasn't genuinely sick, and Turkey acknowledged it. But then to go out of but for then to have Schofield Sr. go through and talk bad about the country as the reason why his son got sick in Floyd Schofield, and saying they were dirty, saying they were filthy, saying they put something in the food, or whatever the case may be that caused his son to get sick. Do better. That's what Schofield Sr. said in light of his son getting sick, when that wasn't true at all. Turkey was like, I'm not, no, you lost. You lost me. We deal with respect. And you went out of your way to disrespect me and my country for something that was not our fault, though it was a terrible circumstance of you and Daniel Dubois got sick. To go through and then say our country is the reason why, and our dirty bumpkin self was the reason why we let your son get under duress because because we were the problem. My people were the problem. You can go back and look at the interview. It was on the Boxing Voice as well. He said, I'm done. He said, I am done. And then to take a deal that was less than what I was offering you for idiotic reasons. On top of all the stuff you said about me and my people and my nation and the blame on me. Yeah, no, I'll drop you. I won't deal with you no more. We'll move on to other people. He said that. And then for T.O., I believe because of the rhetoric and also because of stuff with negotiations and behind the scenes, he said, I'm not dealing with T.O. no more. He explained he explained why he dropped both of them in detail. And so it's like, that's why it's problematic. He T.O. shot himself in the foot like I said he was going to do. And and Schofield shot himself in the foot because his father pushed himself out of the table. You talk too much. You don't shut up. That's the problem. You just ruined what would have been the most lucrative stretch in your son's career. All because your butt couldn't shut up and let yourself be. And be indiscriminate in your idiotic dreadhead nature to talk like you talked. And in this case, bite the hand that feeds you. And normally people use that in a bad connotation. We're saying this brother was genuinely having the world as his oyster. Shakur versus Schofield would have been the fight made next in light of what's going on with Tank. But your dumb, idiotic, stupid self had to go through and talk like you talk. And now look what happened. You ain't getting no fight with Shakur. You ain't getting no big money fight. Off the backs of the biggest fight and accomplishment in your son's career. Because you can't shut up. Because you can't shut up. It's the stupidest thing. I hate stupidity. I can't stand stupidity. Especially when it ruins the life of the brother of your son and your trainer who you're supposed to be working with. You shot yourself in the foot for no good reason, but because you want the drama. Well, sit your butt at home. Sit your butt at home with your drama-driven self. Go ahead. Because guess what? You just lost yourself potentially $20 million in revenue, collectively over 3 fights. Potentially. With Shakur versus you being the main course that could happen. But no. You just gotta talk like you a bum. I'm sorry. I do apologize. I do apologize. I don't mean to get upset. I'm sorry for they lost my temper. I do. But everything I said is exactly right. And this, did we not just have multiple conversations before about how fathers and their, as trainers for their sons, can ruin their son's career because they go either too far left or too far right. And by that I mean the extreme of being a father first and not a trainer, or a trainer first and to some degree not a father. And they also either don't let their son go back and risk what they can do, or they're too belligerent and going to the extreme and you're not taking care of it. And then in the negotiation side, you steal the spotlight from your son and you put them in a position where they got to cash checks that they can't cash, or they gotta ride for checks. They got to vouch for checks that they can't cash, hypothetically. And they also now are in a situation where you talk your son out of some of the best opportunities because you just can't shut up. You can't be quiet. You can't let yourself have the decency, have the luxury, have the wherewithal to understand, hey, sometimes in life things happen. Especially there's no ill will behind whatever transpired. And you went and now are causing your son to be put in an entirely detrimental, financially abhorrent situation that all you had to do was be quiet. All you had to do was shut up. All you had to do was say, man, I hate that this happened. We can move on. Unless it was something that was legitimately, hey, they did not take care of us and it needs to be called out. I'm perfectly fine with that. But when it's just belligerently laden with lies that you want to talk just to get yourself out there, you've done lost yourself the most lucrative promoter that could have pushed your son into the stardom that he deserved. And it's not the son's fault. It's not your son's fault. It is not your son's fault. It is your fault. It is your stupid, ignorant, utterly insane, nonsensical, outright diabolical, loud talking, non-thinking, stupid self that went through and cost your son money and opportunities that he deserved to have. You went and did it. You went and did it. Off the backs of this fight with Shakur Stevenson, but that fight with Schofield versus Shakur would have made millions. Tens of millions. You would have made double what you got with that fight deal with $5 million that you signed right now. You would have. But your butt just had to be loud. You had to talk. You had to get in some sort of word. And look at you now. Look at you now. On the outside, it was turning into one of the biggest boxing revolutions in the sport. I hate it. I do despise it. I do despise it. And it's so frustrating. Let me keep on reading. What drug test has Tank done apart from VADA? I am not sure. I am not sure. Again, I want to say maybe WADA, but at the same time, I cannot say for certain. Do research for yourself and find that out. Absolutely. And because again, I don't know. I cannot say. VADA, I know it has been used. Others, if it was WADA, I think he's used that before, but I'm not sure. But please, search for yourself. Don't take my word for it. Search for yourself to find out. Absolutely. They got a history of what drug tests people were taking for each individual fight and so on and so on. But regardless of which, we got to go. We got to get out of here because it's almost 6. It's almost 6 o'clock. We're almost 4 hours and 30 minutes. And as much as I would love to keep on talking, we do have to go and do and have a day. Plus, I need some food. I can't lie. So, with all of that, and also, actually, we'll do the show already right now. With all of that being said, this has been another episode of The Welch Report with me, your host, Jean-Luc Welch. Thank you so much for tuning in to the show. Appreciate you sticking around for so long. Hopefully you enjoyed the day. Hopefully you enjoyed the time. Hopefully you loved what we all got to discuss. And hey, it's going to be great. It's going to be phenomenal. We are looking to call the fights tomorrow. Usyk versus Dubois. Pacquiao Pacquiao versus Barrios, and shoot, there's a third, Ben Rodriguez versus Tapu. We're gonna try to call them all. Don't know if we can. It's gonna be insane. Hopefully the timing works right so we can see all 3 fights at the same time. But regardless of which, we're going to keep up with it. Be sure to leave a like on the stream before you go. Comment your thoughts and opinions on the chat down below. Be sure to share the show with everybody that you can. Subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell. Come join the Empire. And if you want to support the channel, Cash App, PayPal, links in the description. If you want to give something before you get out of here and help to support the show, and it will mean the world to me, hey, maybe give me some dinner. Oh yeah, I would love it. Help me get some McDonald's. I would love that. Oh, I can, or Wendy's, the superior man's food in fast food. But all jokes. But in all seriousness, if you want to support the show, help us out. Help us have an opportunity to grow and invest back into this show. Would mean the world to me. If you can give, anything is viable, anything is doable. We just appreciate it nonetheless. You don't have to, but it helps out. It helps us out immensely if you can, and it helps the show keeps on going. It helps this show to keep going. Excuse me. And it's the way I make a living right now. So best thing for it, if you can support, would love it. But I have been Jean-Luc Welch. You all have been wonderful. We will see you all tomorrow. I think early tomorrow. Good gosh, it's like 12 o'clock tomorrow. And with all that being said, peace and love. We are out of here. Yes, sir. We are going to see you all on Saturday. Tune in for the fight. Usyk, Dubois, Pacquiao, more Barrios. Bam. It's going to be a great time. I'm going to need some tea, but we're going to have it all, and we can't wait to see it. So peace and love. We out.